A pleasure, Donald here. Excellent. Thank you. A pleasure. Welcome. A pleasure, Donald here. Well, very good. So, very happy that you were able to catch me in time. I know you have some things going on. Yes. Right. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Right. Right. That's right. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Right. Oh my. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. Exactly. You're right. Hmm. Well, you're becoming at peace. This is something so important to you. And like you said, you've gone through a lot, and you've done you know you've also been into to the service of humanity, even if it's love, even loved ones, and you finally get something that is your way, like you're ready to receive, like we're able to do a service to your own creation, to your own making, and yes, it feels good. It feels good. Like that means you've done the right thing and the universe trusts you with this responsibility. It's good to think about, and it's to put your heart and mind at ease. Because when they say what's meant for you, it will reach you. But we that's a quick way because people are on the go. They need the answer fast. But before that statement, you realize you worked really hard for this. You more than proven yourself to the universe, granted this wonderful opportunity, and you know what it took. The work. It may would have taken some naivety. Just simply not knowing certain things, so that there was no bias in your mind, no intellectual bias. I mean, you just said, this is the right thing to do. I'll do it, and then you of course created structures so you could protect it, but for the most part, you got here to this day. You got here to this day. Hmm. Right, right, hmm, right, hmm, right, right, yes, right, right, yes, hmm, hmm, right, mm-hmm, right. That's because you genuinely that's your heart. You genuinely want to help. You do, but it's spiritual for you right at the moment to decline, to say no. It's spiritual. It would be not spiritual simply just to help. That's wisdom to know when to help. You're so wise. You'll come back. You're gonna bounce back to them. You will. But you're seeing this through. You gotta, like you said, sometimes people will ask help before you're prepared to help them, and you're saying, "Give me a moment. Just let me get situated here." It's kind of like having your hands full. Come in with a bag of groceries and saying, "Help me with this, please." And you say, "Give me a moment. Let me set these groceries down on the floor or counter, and then I'll come back to you." Yes. And thank goodness, hopefully you got some people that's like, oh, okay, no worries. I'm patient, rather than no, 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 no. Oh, it has to be today. If you can't, just let me know. Thank goodness, you have it, it's in a beautiful way. People say, okay, I understand. You have to do what you got to do, but I'm here. And so it's good that you're gonna, you tend to return back to them, to come back to them, but it is not spiritual to throw everything in the air around you, because then that's creating chaos, and then from out anything that you do for them from that point on, it's chaotic. So you're just saying, let me get things structured in a nice proper way, then I'll return back, and then everything will be natural. It'll be structured, it'll have standards, and you'll be so happy to help them, but on your own, in your own terms. And you would have said, okay, everyone was included. I was helped, they were helped. We all helping each other. Yes. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Right. Well, of course. Let's take a look. Yes, we're gonna take a look. You know, this is so beautiful that like your brother and yourself, looking behind the scenes, getting this figured out, mapping things out, creating a plan. Well, let's take a look, see how this plays out. You both are off to a great start. Hmm. Okay, so let's take a look. I, yes, I can imagine soon. Yes. Next week, like anytime, like starting next week, yes, it's definitely what you described, and you already know. But yes, like getting started, this is going to be their season. They're going to do a really phenomenal job. They're very much aligned with the timeline in terms of like, about building, the fact that they're building and engineering, yes, how to use architecting, all of that, all of it. Mm-hmm. Renovating. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is your dad. Oh, see, we're entering your dad's season. That's where, yeah. This is this time. It's 2024. It's about the invention. It's about the ingenuity. Yes, and problem solve. The go inside and find the center, the heart of problems. Oh yes, it will be. It's Yes, it's definitely going to. Hmm. Okay. And then, what the Spirit is saying, an investment. This is a wonderful investment. People are, everyone, including your dad and brother, ready to get to work. They make peace with it that this is a crossroads. Better, like this is the timing that they want to do it in. They already have it in their mind. Like you said, everyone is manifesting this, and the beginnings and towards the making the plans upcoming this week. Well, they already been planning it, but the planning starts to go from mind down to paper to materials. The office, I see the people coming to do the work, coming in from the offices. They're describing what they can do, what they need to do, things like that. You said the managing of the money is like you said, learning the plan, how to, in that realm. But I see stability though. I see some spiritually, being what they call having stable and support the change, the shifts, in a healthy and good way. So it is definitely going to happen. A lot of it is becoming from like the past. I think it becomes from being good stewards as well. Like the money you said will reach them. Like you said, on their good name, that they'll have the funds to support this invention, this endeavor with the home. So it's a yes. I was reading around your father. I know okay. Your father's vibration was one that's been read, but you, of course, your brother and yourself were attached to that vibration, hmm to his thoughts. Yes, wonderful. Mhm. Got it. Yes. That's what I was reading. More like you all are a family tribe. Yeah, you all are like affirming the same thought, literally. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. 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 Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. It's good to this energy. It's called something. Is called the we call it the people of the faith call it the faith called the faith seed. We call it also like the seed, just simply the seed. And what happened is when sometimes people can sense a seed and will come and will take the seed, but why take the seed when they could allow you to plant the seed and then the fruits that it brings, then you offer the fruits. not the seed, because the seed will grow you, the tree, the means to support all of the visions. That's what we're describing here. We're talking about visions here. And so you have and of course, the seed does come in the form intangible, it comes in the form of money, something monetary, something of physical value. Right. And you, right now, you are protecting your seed. Hmm. That's what makes it spiritual. Yes, you're right. Hmm. 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 Yes. Yes. You're here with us in the waking world. Hmm. You're in the, you are awake with us. Uh, and you're, oh, they call it awake and wide-eyed and in good health. You're in the place of wellness. This is um, though that we are living out our dreams, but however, this is not the dream world. The dream world is activated, right? And the dream world is activated to accomplish the great heights, that you're aspiring to. But we are in the 3D world. And in this very real world, you are experiencing the most amazing adventures, the most amazing accomplishments being manifest. And also, the other one would be when you are receiving something that is deserving. We talk about the goal, but there's also the reward. You're experiencing your reward. You're getting the rewards, but there is an award for that has your name on it for doing such a phenomenal job along this way. And all this time is, even though you might feel like like the doors just needed to open, and like, why won't these doors open? You had time to cultivate. You were cultivating this energy. This, you was, this award was being, like shined up. It was being cleaned up. It was being, make sure that it was, when it's presented to you, it's going to be, the highest, the best, with quality. It wasn't just appease you. It's not just a bonus. That's not, no, this award that is granted, they call it a lifetime award. And you're standing there, and you're in this, in the arena, and all of the beings are surrounding, watching, and from a distance, and they're applauding you. They are applauding you. They're smiling down on you, and you're receiving the just reward, a lifetime award. you know, for the emotional aspects of what you've done. Yes, you've accomplished a lot of things that were, they say in the structures, the secular world in the secular way, money, people, hug when you needed to, things like that. But then there's the emotional side, the intent and the intention behind it. That, you know, today, right now, you have to do better. You have to be better. You have to produce better quality work and service for others. And it's taking you to great heights. And now they're talking about you in the dream world, in the campus where all the beings are. They go there to study, to learn, and things like that, get things done in the humanity in on our waking world. And this is just a time where you're acknowledging all of these, like your call it your okay. So as they turn the page, your past is relevant. Your past is because your past is what got you the reward. So you're taking the time to allow all of that to play out. But also recall that well, this one's a little goes back a little bit farther back in time to about November. Time says that obstacles, things that normally would hinder or block you, even people, they would have to step out of the way. They have to step off the road, and so that gives you a very clear lane to see not only the road before you, but also the people who are incoming to assist you, to who's going to be your soul tribe, who the people you're actually join, the family you're joining, the people you're going to join there, but also the family you're going to join there. Of course, you have the same light or spiritual attire as they do. So it's like-minded, two souls recognizing, similar souls recognizing each other. You both are after one another, each other's, all the whole group heart. You're after one another's heart, and that they're joining you along your journey. Like, how you can walk towards someone and they'll wait for you, but then you have that type of group that you're walking towards you ever as much as you're walking towards them. It's you didn't have to get up from your seats. Oh no, we meet halfway. We're different. We're really close. And so this group is here to welcome you. They're here to welcome you. But guess what? You're on a journey, and You're welcoming them on your journey as well. You're letting them in. And the other thing, concept to this is that when you everybody arrives and you say, no, we have to meet you halfway, we have to make this alluring, appealing to you. That means that now you've become a soul tribe. This is a soul tribe. And in this group of new beings, new people, these are new mortals, actually, new souls. You are aligned with them, and you're going to do things that, yes, if you want to say in your 3D personal experience, make a lot of money, right? And see wonderful and mysterious things, what human beings can really do, when they acquire a lot, but you're also going to you say what's the bigger picture here? You're going to have the ability with this soul tribe to also create in the world around you all, society. You're going to create in society. It could be infrastructures, but you're having a hand. People say, I have, like that, like we'll say, just really not knowing. I have as they say, a guardian or parent or mom and dad, etc., or whoever's watching us as we develop. Or I have a boss, I have a mentor, but we don't take account to the people like the teachers. You all know you are very much instrumental to a person's development, right? That means 30, 20, whatever many years later, usually in the adult years, when they're starting to calm down and figure things out, their mind opens up, and their bone structure is allowing their mind to function maturely. about 30, they start to think back about you. They say, and then it's depending on how that relationship was, that will definitely determine their next actions as adults. So it's very fascinating how it's kind of like we have like a series, like they say, it takes a community. That they're not kidding. You say, oh, it takes a village to do this, to get some people, where they're ready, to take on the world. It's like, oh, well, successful people. Well, it took a lot of people. It wasn't just my parents. I remember going down to my teachers, my friends' parents, and even my friends act like brothers. They like make sure I keep in target and I don't give up and I don't stop what I'm doing. They always recall them and give me a reminder, like get up and keep going. You're doing well. You're almost there to the line, and we want to be there to celebrate. When's the graduation? When are you gonna sign that like you said, you signed your contracts and sent them off. So you got people around you saying, okay, we're here for that, even though they may not understand, in the details. You said the ingredients they don't know how you made your soup, but you made it and it's delicious. You found a way to bring another style, another type of, you want to say, ancient wisdom. You're going to bring wisdom into their lives, knowledge through interaction. Only you can only get this level and kind of knowledge through human encounter. They have to bring you there to learn from you, but you have to go to join them to learn from them as well. But we're also imagining that these are, like you said, this is a very influential group. When you hear the words star person or star group, this is what a star person is. A star person is someone who is boundless, the places where they can go. They can enter into rooms. I mean, they would do really well in the age of Aquarius, but basically, they have free movement. As they say, you mean like a 300 and 60, yes, any direction they want to go, they can go. Like some of us, we can go, but we have to ask, a lot of permissions. It takes a while. It can take 5 to 10 years, and plus years to be able to enter a room with certain people. Now, these are influential individuals who we call the star people, which that means if they're star people, guess what? People do, as they say, grow and connect with, because you could have been, like, as you said, the peacemaking part of your side. You're just a peacemaker, but now you're becoming part of the star tribe, the star group, entering into zones, into places, into rooms, into settings where people are just have that ability to like move very quickly to get things done, or to acquire a piece of knowledge that just is not ready for like the world's not ready for. And here you are going to be a part of that trip, that journey, writing the cosmos, writing the comment. That's what you're doing. You caught a nice comment, and as they say, symbolic, metaphysically, don't let go of the dream. The dream representing, if the dream is a comet, if this is a comet, don't hold on tight, because this ride is, because as you say, when it takes off, like they illustrated, sometimes they said once she takes off, oh boy, she is gone. Like no turning back. Like full eye, everything in up close 3D is happening to her. So, and she's happening to it. The dream, and it's going to be beautiful because we talk about this, and it has a lot of elementals involved, but we're talking about people here. We're talking about human beings, who are just good people. Like you're a good person, they're good people too. You're gonna find the causal. That's the causal mind. That's the causal. So the causal is what you're experiencing. Okay, so when we okay, okay, this is something you can relate to. So remember when you were waiting for the contract, right? Okay, that was the 4D, right? Okay, so okay, now because they had to send that contract to you from a distance, like through like email it to you, that's 5D. But also, let's say, but all of time there was no, you could say, well, you could say a letter, but there was really no like email, right? So, but you could send a messenger on foot, right? Crossing across dimension of mental realities. So the 5D would mean a manifestation. So when that messenger arrives, or when the moment you receive your contract in your email box, that transaction, that is a 5D object. The process, but you got to consider the entire process, because now once it's in your 3D realm, okay, so you become, uh they say, self-aware. You become now like in, you're sentient to the fact that you have a contract in your 3D world. So now it's part of your 3D world. In other words, it has become matter, and right, you talk about matter, and so now it's something you can touch and affect. It's got particles that have manifested this contract into your life. Whoa. And you came from your thoughts, which carry matter, manifestation. Well, mass, right? Then it can become dense, thoughts can, that to manifest this contract. So, yeah, very important, to know about these things. Okay. This is Kabbalah. A lot, well, it's going to be, it's quantum in scientists, it's quantum, like mechanics, physics, and quantum reality, all of that. But it's also called, our ancient, where they got it from, from the ancient forefathers, mothers, is the Kabbalah. Okay, okay. Yes. Well, I'm glad you brought it up, because I was resisting from throwing that word out there, the causal. That's like, who wants to hear that word? But I guess you do. Apparently, you want to hear the word. Yes, it's called the fifth dimension is also called the causal mind, which means it's kind of like you just they went to the storehouse, brought you what is your inheritance, which is this contract, and now you hold that, you're the beholder of that contract in your physical hands. That's what the fifth dimension is for you. Hmm. Yeah. Ascension. Right. And these realms, these 3D, 4D like, realms, like sometimes sometimes we're lucky enough to do this at a younger age, and so it feels a little smoother, the transition. Sometimes the transition can be slower, so it's easier to adapt to. Sometimes like it's a like an explosion in our lives, and physically that's the response, physical response, that it's like your chakras automatically are like like adjusted, kind of like if you watch those chiropractor videos of people having their spinal cords adjusted, you're like, oh my gosh, what was that sound? It's kind of like that, but spiritual and psychic and energetic. Of course, your emotions are involved. You're like, you start saying, oh my gosh, am I okay? Did I do something wrong? It's like, no, you're fine. You're just what we call aligning. You're aligning and becoming in tune to the grid or to the universe around you. Mm, mm. Yes, yes, right, yes. Hmm. It's transcendental. This is called transcendental meditation, and the practice is, as practitioners, that we use the if it is metaphysics or quantum metaphysics, so into like certain like practices, right, that happen without you're not thinking about it. In fact, they're part of like an involuntary muscle. It's like you always had it. It's just that we don't do it correctly, because but once we're aware of it, it's not something we think about it. We just naturally do it. Yeah. So like you don't have to. It doesn't take a conscious effort. You know. But like anything, we can always, like, you went to the gym today, and you so right, so you can always condition things. You can always work it out a little bit. Except, of course, exercises. Yes, brilliant. Okay. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. Right. Yes. That's my words. I love when they show me surprises. Oh my gosh. I definitely that's my I know my words. Those are definitely my words I recall. Um, mm, right. Right. In fact, in fact, when the time that they use that those words, that's what I was talking about, because it was in the context of travel. But I felt that there was more travel for you. I said you're gonna be surprised because you're gonna find that the travels that they're talking about, that you're going on those trips. Like, I saw you going on trips. Like, you're definitely going to travel with them in places. It isn't just in this one circumstance. Like they said, well, they've included, they said they want to go take a like reroute and do like a bit of a small little detour. You go into that one, but this is actually also referencing the future as well. It's talking about like future, like there are trips in the future in which you are in attendance. You're there. You're going with them as well. Like when they travel to different. I mean, and of course they're talking about traveling to, whether it's regions or countries. You're there. I see at times. Well, I get the strong sense that this is a journey that you're meant to you must be meant to experience this part. I get that strong sense. You must be meant to experience this part because one thing is for certain. You're soon to move into a new chapter. And so, a lot of this energy thus far, it is about attracting people, but the closer you get to the cusp, the stronger that vibration is. It aligns you with people, and as it has, because you've already aligned with them. But right now, we talked about feeling everything. You can feel everything, you can sense everything. But this means that also you can sense everything because that energy is so strong at this time, because you're nearing to the end. And then when the page is turned, it's a completely new chapter, because this is a time of invention. This is where the ideas are taking place. Hmm. Well, let me refresh your mind a bit. Well, to what those predictions have stated to add. I know you got something, and you found some piece of information, but we mustn't forget that the time that this page turns is on the 14th. So we're talking about the 14th, meaning we want to call it getting through the weekend, or if you want to call it next week. The 14th is definitely. pretty soon. I mean, you could be thinking of it as like this week, as in terms of the fact that we've cleared the first 7 days, and we're somewhat in the middle of the next 7 days. It could be that, I would say, but definitely the number of the day is the 14th. Okay. Uh, hmm. Well, the 12th the 12th is literally the cusp. The 12th is, you're still in Taurus. And so, like, because we want to get that's how you get the dates. That's how they say, how do you predict dates and times? By astrologically, you got to look at the geometries. Specifically, the 12th is 2 days away from the 0 degree marker to go into your father's sign. He's a Gemini, right? So astrologically, that's when his world opens up. He's paying it forward. So that's why it matters so much. Even zero has the identity, because when you're born, you're not quite one yet, and it will show that on the astrological numbers, right? So then it lets you know that in 2025, it's June 14th. That door is going to open for you, and you're going to say, "Here it is." But of course, energetically on the 12th, you might say, "Look, I think you should be getting ready right now," because we said that. So you want to be ready for anything. You want to be ready for anything, because come the 14th, I only imagine that, because I'm getting a lot of interaction from the Gemini folk, and they're like, they want to take their inventions and run with it. They've already got the blueprint. If they patent their ideas, and like, let's go, and everybody's getting to work right away. Um, the 14th is definitely correct. Is accurate, bona fide. No, that's where you want to focus your vibration. But you being the experiencer on the inside, you definitely want to we mentioned being ready, because it according to our language, as far as I know, we've been ready about a week ago. I know we were already getting ready. Like, no, you need to get ready this week, because just in case anything can happen, and there's like, oh, by the way, we're going to move up the dates just a tad bit, and we want to take, they want to go to Italy. They want to reroute to Italy, and then go home, yeah, over there, just to Qatar. So it's definitely, there's some things going movement. It's just a matter of when the okay. So when are they gonna press the go button? When do they press start? Yeah, that's gonna be top of the week, isn't it? Isn't it the top of the week? That's when. Yeah. Ooh wee. Yeah. Mm, yeah. So, mm, mm, right. The top. It would be that makes it the top of the week. I'm just checking. It's pretty much would be in the next week over. Mm. Well, you'll be top. You'll be at the top of the week. It's like saying, like the first day of the week, like Monday, like Sunday, Monday, right? Well, that'll be Saturday, the 14th. But then you have Sunday, Monday. It's like literally the upcoming week. I'm saying top of the upcoming week, and the 17th is they said what, like on a Tuesday. So there you go. Definitely, yeah, very early in the week. Yes. Okay. Right, the top of the week, as in a Monday, is because the top Monday's associated with Gemini, so it'd be like, so it's like that Sunday, Monday, because that Sunday at the first day is the 15th. The 14th, though, is astrologically the first day. That's when you're gonna get all of the we're gonna be ready to go, and we're leaving at this date, and so just be ready, because we're gonna call you. That's gonna be that kind of conversation. Mm. Hmm. Indeed. You know, this is the time where this is the Venus, so there's a lot of feelings. That's why you can feel everything. That's why you're so sensitive right now, because we all are, not just you, but everyone. Because we've had armor, we've been tough, and those emotions hadn't hit us the way it's hit us this time. Now you're feeling everything. It's even like your body was like, what is this? I haven't felt emotions like this and such a like it was powerful. That's what you're experiencing now. And but this also speaks to the this is how we're able to discern who's around us. Like this is where we get the soul tribes from. Soul tribes and people. Yes, you nailed it. That's what's going on. Hmm. Right. Yes, there's always information, and so I always go based on what you all want to talk about. There's always something, but you're moving in the right direction, and they say we love to hear you say tomatoes, tomatoes. Next week, early in the week at that, and you're going to be on your on your way to do your journey where the world is taking you, and you're going to be living in your truth, your reality. Remember, you're the one that we may get to talk about it. We may even get to see it and even could predict it, but you're going to be living it. You'll say, you shall reap all of the rewards, all of it. Yes, you're going to be the one reaping all of the rewards, all the physical, emotional, even the accomplishing rewards. When you will be able to say, I did it, and that will be the truth. You did do it. You did all of it. So it was up to you. It took you to agree to say, yes, I will do it because I can, and it's the right thing for me to do. It's beneficial. It's going to help my future. I'm going to feel like I'm truly living life. And you're going to find that, oh, by the way, we're getting to the part where we can say, I feel like I'm living life to the fullest, to the abundance. We're getting there. We're going to get there soon. We're on our way there. You're going to the realm of abundance, life of abundance. Mm. 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 You have to manifest this. You manifested it. Mhm. 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 Right. Mhm. Right. Mhm. Right. Mhm. Exactly. But that's perfect. That's the exact way you would explain it. That's the best. That's the best way to explain it. Hmm. You did better than a lot of us. A lot of us just said, "Oh well, God just sort of pointing me the right direction. Just talk to me. And then everyone's asking, "You heard a voice?" So yeah, you said you. I liked how you explained it. It's easier to swallow. Yes. Right. Okay. Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I don't believe it's for everybody to, because like it's kind of like you're in a position where I bet even before having met this new journey, this new group of beautiful souls, even you had to be very cautious at how much you share with people who are not ready for you, because yes, you are able to do wonderful things and change lives, and you do those things, but people have to prepare them. They have to prepare for you. Spirit world is just like that. Not everyone is ready. Their intentions may not be ready. They may still need to understand, like, why would they want to have spirit in this way? It's better to see in the invisible, and what is it for? They're going to help the spirits, that kind of thing, or the spirit world, or help the universe. Like right now, you're ready to go to this new group, but you're also going to help. It talks a lot about how you're going to help the world, the future. You're helping the future. You're giving the future a gift by just simply be your presence, through your presence, because your interaction, your influence on the individuals who affect the future of other people. The same could be said for you with them. The people, the gentlemen you're going to be meeting, lovers, going forward, like the kinds of experiences you will have. It's going to be fantastic. So it's for the right reason. That you see the invisible. You need to see the invisible. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to come on 1 second. Yes, she's definitely wanting to hear this. Welcome. Yes, we were saying that people have to prepare themselves for you. People are not weren't ready for you at times, right? Being with you help a lot of people. As you said, definitely not. They're not ready for me. That's right. They got to study hard and earn their place with you, right? So spirit is the same, exactly the same way. Spirit is like, because like you said, the information you could share, it could change people's lives, but people could also misuse it, mishandle the information. They got to know why, with it clear in their intentions, why they want to sit under your studies. Same with spirits, because there are people that may misuse spirits, misuse information. So spirit always, reveals, like when you're ready and you realize, I'm here because spirit can help. I can help spirit, do things in the world with humanity. I mean, because anybody can feel spiritual. You can have spiritual experiences, but not everyone needs to see it. Like you need to see it because you're ready to see it. You're ready to do some big things. You're ready to help people shape a people, even the people who help you shape your future. You're helping those people affect the future of lives of others. But in the future, that is so big, that concept. That's yes, you're ready. That's why you could see spirit. You could see the invisible. Hmm. A pleasure. Yes. Yes, you're giving. Exactly. Right. Right. Mm. Mm. Okay. Mm. No, no. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm. Okay. Mm. Okay. Mm. Mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's beautiful. That's a heavenly gift. Okay, acknowledged. Mhm. Mm. Mm. Right. Okay. Yes. Right. Mm. Mm. Right. Wow. now keep that, hold that still, hold that vibration, right? You stated, I've gone through a lot, I've done a lot, I've connected with a lot of people, and all this time you were preparing. You said it's got to be perfect in the moment, and that's why this moment, that's why this current, I mean, this moment, your contract signed, you're on your way to make this journey into the world. This is why. Yes, this thought. Mm. This is beautiful. This is the thought. And can you believe it? This is okay. So this is a thought that is a like an attraction, like a magnet, just like a thought that, oh, I know I can go in today. Thoughts, or some like somebody betrayed me. Thought. This also is a thought, but this thought is a what? It's a thought that uplifts you, and it's real, and it's something that you know in your mind and heart of hearts, and it's calculable. You can calculate it. That means it's a science. It's rational. It's a rational thought. So this is real, more real than the abstract stuff that have us emotionally involved, engaged into something that the other person that doesn't care one way or the other. But this one, because that's because, like we said, we only need one copy, not 1,000. We keep 1,000 copies laying around in our mind, and all of that empty. I imagine all that space of all these copies of the same thoughts. We just need the one. We know it happened. We're not trying to say pretend it didn't happen. No, we know it. We know what happened. We know who said what and who did what. But the other 999, you can do anything you want with those. You can write on them. You can write on the back of them. You can draw faces and mustaches on people. Things like that. And so this is a beautiful way of, as you say, breaking that mental alignment, that chord, and bringing in some of the good stuff. People say, why do I always think of all the experiences I have? Why does my mind, when it wanders, it always attract to this low vibrational thoughts? Why is it? It's not that I had a bad upbringing. I had nice friends and good people, mentors to work with. That's because that energetically, it's something was pulling, now is no longer pulling your mind into these directions. That's why, and by the way, something that naturally happened through the process that we call, like you said, practices that happen automatically. The mind should just do that. It makes more sense not to go straight to, oh my gosh, look at the barriers here. More like, look how many barriers you've overcome. That this means that you truly are speaking in the affirmation, the metaphysical language, even in the symbolic way. You're naturally because every time we speak, we're speaking deliberately in a very particular tone, in a very specific way that brings you more into that put into practice type of mode. Mhm. It's because you got this up because you have witnessed and through the manifestation, right? Your contract, first of all, connecting with the people, they knowing exactly who they are, they've proven who they are to you, coming up with the contract, actually meeting your client, your partner, things like that, and now having sent the contract on your way to, invited to go to other places other than stay on duty. Like you're like, we like you so well, so much. Would you like to please come accompany us, to Italy? So in other words, it's beginning to manifest, and you don't mind thinking in this direction because it's pretty good stuff. Yeah. Mhm. Yes. Mhm. Exactly. Without even thinking about it. That's where we want you. Yes, natural. It's supposed to be natural. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Hmm. You know where the call came from. The call came from, again. This is the time the Venus passing through Aries. She's in her sign now, in her actual sign she rings in. But all this year she's connected. She's channeling the personality of Libra, which is exactly what you're talking about like costumes and beauty, the ambiance, the environment, it's all how you feel, the sensations of beauty, especially in group projects and especially for like a party, events, venues. And so even on stage, the stage performances, like you speak of costumes. So definitely you attracted this person into your life. Like, why are you contacting me? He attracted to you, but most importantly, that, and because remember you said, okay, I'm putting out to the universe to manifest going to Qatar. Then I'm put out to the universe to manifest. I want a great life in Qatar. You said you want money, you want a lifestyle. You said I want to meet somebody in Qatar. You manifest that. Then we said eventually I want to get to building my costumes, and I want to get really great and I want to connect with go big. So the bigger I want to produce and direct, and I want to really put on a great show. And that was when you were speaking in affirmation language, because we were speaking about this in the last reading. And now you're already, as they say, imagine that when you think of affirmation, you imagine that you already have it. It's already with you, like it's already reached you. But imagine the potential in this is already reached you. Going to Qatar has already reached you. Being a part of this family and things going well and you getting along with the grandmother, it's already reached you. So this also, likewise, you preparing putting together your costumes. Wow, by your also by yourself, and you're doing the thing that you love to do and you enjoy. Already is reaching you. Well, mhm. Yes. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. Yes. Exactly. When I read for you, I would say your royalty in your heart is you're gravitating to the royal families. Your royalty in your heart, and you can feel it. They can feel you. It's like spirits, like spirits. And they say you're part of our family, aren't you? It's like come join us, come be a part of our family. That's right. Hmm. Right, right. Hmm. Yes. Yes, and you said what's gonna happen? This is gonna be royal family, isn't it? It's like, mm-hmm. Yes, it was meant to be. This is the royal family is your soul tribe. That's true. Mhm. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Right. Yes. Exactly. Yes. Mhm. Yes. 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 That's right. A pleasure. What? You're amazing. You're amazing. That was that your heart is open. Your your heart is open now, and it deserves. You're in the place where your heart can be. The chakras were meant to be open, and you're gonna live out your dream. Your whole heart is in this. They say you say put your whole heart into it. You are placing your whole entire being into this. Yes, as I sure am. That's right. Yes, yes. I've already imagined you. Yes, like in that life as well. And I'm like, you just wait till you actually are in it. It's gonna be hilarious. You're gonna love it. Yep. Okay. I would be honored. I certainly am gonna want to join. I want to hear all the stories. Yes. Yes. Okay. That's a deal. Yes. A pleasure. Indeed. Yes. It's good to be part of a good family. That's right. Yes. Okay. You too. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay if you do. Well, I'm on this weekend as well, even on the 12th, especially on the 12th. Yes, if something happens, something comes up, we're here and we'll figure it out. Okay. Indeed. That's a love. Love you back. Family. I'm part of a family. Nya, 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 nya. Okay, so I'm just now coming on here. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Oops, hold on. Okay, it took me a minute. I wasn't expecting. Oh my gosh. We that was doing some serious work. Okay, 1 second, people. Please don't stare at me. Okay, there. Oh, okay, so um um so yeah, this is was supposed to be a big, huge live, and I was gonna like take this in quantities, but I've been getting long calls, and so I've been using that time to like finally I can apply some direct metaphysics. People are starting to be really interested in metaphysics, particularly specifically where my degree applies, metaphysical sciences. Hmm. Let me see. This is one of the certificates. My one with the gold seal. This is the association, Counseling Psychology Association, Counseling Psychology. Um, there's that. I keep losing my diplomas with the gold seal, the pretty one, um, Honor Society. So every time it'll cost me $25 to get another one, to get them. So these are the ones I managed to keep. So I guess whenever I do come around to getting my diplomas again, I got to put them in here. They're so beautiful. They have that gold seal on it. So beautiful. So anyway, so I have yeah, so I get to apply metaphysical sciences stuff and with the reading to get people in the like my clients moving in the right direction. And if they don't want to talk about it, I know how I word it in a way that doesn't take away from this, from the abstract part of the reading, the spiritual side of the reading, the more like, well, metaphysics to me is spiritual, but like where we're talking about like the psychic predictions and things. Mm, mm, mm. So, all right. Okay. Okay, so um, I can A start. Well, I'm gonna be here for a minute, so it's quite early. It's just that it's odd that I spent the first hour and a half reading. I must have start like making sure I'm here early because they were like here to read for me like on the dot. They gave me the feeling like, oh, you're 2 minutes late. So I never know. Like I got like clients like at 10 a.m. sharp. Like like gosh, give me time to log in and to turn my video camera. All right. Mm, okay. All right. Oh, we're talking about Yuri Geller. So, um, do y'all need me on actually like my face? Okay, let me try to um oops. There. All right. And then okay. Let's go like this. No, that's the yay. Okay. How big do I gotta be? Out right here? Is that good? All right. All right. So um it's kind of so this okay, so what is a Uri Geller? Okay, first of all, let's look him up Wikipedia. And okay, so in the early 1970s, an article in the Jerusalem Post reported that a court had ordered Geller to refund a customer's ticket price and pay court costs after what? What he do? He's a self. It says is an Israeli British illusionist. Oh, I didn't know that he was Israeli. Oh, that's why. He's on the okay. Now it makes a little bit more sense. Okay, he's Hebrew. Okay, he's Jewish. I mean, he's Jewish. So an Israeli, British illusion. So it's not just because he's a prophet and a seer and a guru and a self-proclaimed psychic. It is an Israeli British illusionist, magician, television personality, and self-proclaimed psychic. He is known for his trademark television performances of spoon bending and other illusions. Geller uses conjuring tricks to stimulate the effects of psychonesis and telepathy. Geller's career as an entertainer has spanned more than 4 decades with television shows and appearances in many countries. Magicians have called Geller a fraud because of his claims of possessing psychic powers. Oh, okay. So I'm not saying anything that other people doesn't know. In fact, that's why I'm talking today because he says some things right here. That's a problem. Hmm. And it says fraud. They magicians have called Geller a fraud because of his claims of possessing psychic powers. Okay. His father and mother are Austrian Jewish, Hungarian Jewish background, respectively. Okay, that's his earlier life. His television career is psychonesis, dowsing, and telepathy. Laying claims television, demonstration. His performance includes spoon bending, describing hidden drawings, and making watches stop or run faster. This one is what we're calling the heel. Besides psychic predictions, he said that he was going to cause the boat. I don't know the name of the boat, but we'll get to her. But he's going to affect Greta Thunberg's ship by causing it to malfunction. I guess in the same way of making watches stop or run faster. Gillis said he performed those feats through willpower, sheer willpower, and the strength, an avid strength of his high-powered mind. Uh, his apparent ability to bend metal objects during his television appearances came to be known as the Geller effect. Nice. And made him a celebrity. Okay. The work of a magician and investigator. Oh, there he goes. We're all the James Randi. We all. If you're psychic, come to know James Randi. Was he's the work of a magician and investigator James Randi was the main factor in revealing that Geller's actual methods were staged magic tricks. Everybody don't. I called him once. I'm telling you, he responded like this, faster than the James Randi. I emailed him. I got email back like like somebody I used to know. Okay, so James Randi was he was a Canadian American stage magician, author, and scientific skeptic who extensively challenged paranormal and pseudoscientific claims. He was the co-founder of the Committee for Skeptic Inquiry, CSI, the founder of the James Randi Education, hosting $1 million to those anyone brave enough on live telly to produce and reproduce the ability, psychic abilities. You prove it, $1 million, $1 million is yours. $1 million pounds. No, not probably not in pounds. Definitely in American dollars. Okay. So in 1973, Geller appeared on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. That's where well, when I was old enough to, like Snoop, okay, I found him. That's when I saw him in live. But the first time I saw him was in this. Okay, there were these series of books in the 80s, and they just really knew how to hype up the paranormal world. They make it all spooky. They're really phenomenal at it, and they know how to market it really well. And the images they use is fascinating. Like it even made you believe it. Like wow, they've got a laboratory where they're really doing these things. That's psychic related things. People proving their gifts. So, and then well, anyway, he was on the Johnny Carson Tonight Show. An appearance recounted in both Randy's book, The Truth About Uri Geller, and in the Nova documentary episode, Secrets of the Psychics, hosted by Randy on PBS. In the documentary, Randy says that Johnny had been a magician himself and was skeptical of Geller's claimed paranormal powers. So prior to the date of taping, Randy was asked uh, to help prevent any trickery. According, Accordingly, the show's staff prepared its own props without informing Geller and did not let Geller or his staff anywhere near them, meaning they created a controlled environment for scientific purposes to test for any psychic abilities or magician trickery. So when Geller joined Carson on stage, he appeared surprised that he was not going to be interviewed, but instead was expected to display his abilities using the provided articles. Geller said, "This scares me. This scares me. And as you know, I told your people what to bring. And I'm surprised because before this program, your producer came and he read me at least 40 questions you were going to ask me." Geller was unable to display any paranormal ability, saying, "I don't feel strong," and expressed his displeasure at feeling he was being pressed to perform by Carson, according to Adam Hagenbotham. Now, as a psychic, and you know, when I go live and anybody goes into my chat box, what's the first thing I know I think you're going to do? You're going to ask me a question. If I start like acknowledging you, we start chatting, you're going to immediately start asking me to display my abilities. It never fails. You always do. Okay, I'm right here. Oh my gosh. I'm right here. This one. So the result was a legendary uh, immolation in which Geller offered up flustered excuses to his hosts as his abilities failed him again and again. Again and again. Um, I sat there for 22 minutes. Ooh, 22, 11, 11. You mean the number of the higher arcana wall? In which Geller offered up flustered excuses to his host as his abilities failed him time again and again. I sat there for 22 minutes humiliated, Geller told me. When I spoke to him in September, I went back to my hotel devastated. I was about to pack up the next day and go back to Tel Aviv. I thought that I'm destroyed. He's like grinning. It's like, this this appearance on the Tonight Show, which Carson and Randy. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Randy looked like he would make me mad where I would storm out. So, okay, first of all, let me tell you this. I appreciate. I think that Geller is a pioneer. I believe he's a magician, but he's in the parameter. I know they're looking for the real paranormal, but I still deem him as because he fought to open those doors for people like me, for incoming people interested in the paranormal and psychic abilities and things like that. So I do commend him for that. And again, he went up against Randy, and also he, like if you're psychic, you don't trust the public. We start training you very young. You got to create a separation from you and the public. You don't court the public. You don't date the public. Mm-mm. You have to have your own life, and you help them establish their own lives. Like my clients, they're establishing their own lives. Of course, you fall in love, and yes, you become part of their family. As I was told, she considers me now family. Hmm. Hmm. So the appearance on the Tonight Show, which Carson and Randy had orchestrated to debunk Geller's claimed abilities, backfired, according to Higginbotham. So, oh, there goes. That's why I was making fun. Look, listen to this very carefully. This right here, man. I'm a little, yeah, I'm a little too good at this. Hold on, there. This appearance on the Tonight Show, which Carson and Randy had orchestrated to debunk Geller's claimed abilities, backfired, according to Hagenbotham. Why? To Geller's astonishment, he was immediately booked on the Merv Griffin show. He was on his way to becoming a paranormal superstar. That Johnny Carson show made Uri Geller said, to an enthusiastically trusting public, his failure only made his gifts seem more real. If he were performing magic tricks, they would surely work every time. Okay, interesting. I knew it. Okay, interesting enough. By the mid 1980s, Geller was described as a millionaire several times over. Okay, a millionaire several times over. That's some trick. And claimed to be performing mineral dowsing. Oh, by the way, there is one thing about him. Hold up. You know how he also discovered millions? He challenged someone, doused on the property, and found either property or oil. He found natural resources by dousing. And that's so, to his credit, he did do that. That's how he got millions. He got on property. They said, if you can do it, it's yours. He did it and proved it and got millions from it. Now, people say, if you're a psychic, why don't you do the lottery? Mine is, why don't I just connect with, the people who ask about Bitcoin and crypto? Oh, by the way, I just spoke with because I read for like, the vice president of, Morgan and Morgan. I read vice presidents, who are running, banks. And like out of 25 banks, this one that contacted me, their bank was selected to to they're creating the infrastructures for crypto, in terms of integration into where it's a commodity. Is happening. It's happening. They haven't figured out how to bring it together, to my understanding. So they have engineers like in the tech world on it. They're on it. They're doing it. But they're doing it with the intention that it's in terms of the world economy. So they're going to, okay, so they're establishing from, so I was told that they, like, from, like, say, Africa, then they go to Europe, they're trying to bridge it to America. So, and basically, oh, and they also are updating, like they have a technology in Europe already that's like in real time to monitor the world trade. So they're establishing, getting America's system. So America is showing off and saying, well, check out our technological skills. And so now they're creating such a thing over here, and portals in which you all can consume and buy. So yeah. Big stuff, good stuff. And by the way, this is Age of Aquarius. By the way, the planet Pluto is the planet of the world banks. So when you also have to observe where Pluto is to know what era that we're in. Like if you're in age of whatever, that's how you know which age we're in. Just go look for Pluto, and it'll tell you the age. We're in age of Aquarius, and hence the world banking systems coming forward. So it's not just the healers, who are creating healing centers, holistic facilities, and clinics, holistic clinics, but also the banking systems are doing things for humanity as well. And of course, now you can let the imaginations run wild. Okay, so there's that. So I got confirmation on that. I'm so excited to get that feedback and confirmation. Okay, so back to Uri Geller though. It says, okay, by the mid 1980s, yeah, he definitely would have been a millionaire by now, because 1980s paranormal psychics were a big deal. Uh, Geller was described as a, in quotes, millionaire several times over, and claimed to be performing mineral dowsing services for mining groups at a standard fee of $1 million. That's also how he received $1 million. In June 1986, the Australian Skeptic reported that Geller had been paid the sum of $250,000 and granted an option of 1,250 Xanax shares at 20 cents each until the 5th June 1987. However, no diamonds had come from the site identified by Geller. So there you go. So yeah, his dowsing abilities became quite lucrative, and that's how he gained his wealth today. And how I know that documentary. So he literally explained that. The British television presenter Noel Edmonds often used hidden cameras to record celebrities in candid camera. Okay, like situations for his television program. Oh, I remember Candid Camera. Okay, yeah, that was a show. No, like no Noel's house party. In 1996, Edmonds planned a stunt in which shelves would fall from the walls of a room while Geller was in it. The cameras recorded footage of Geller from angles he was not expecting, and they show Geller grasping a spoon firmly with both hands as he stood up to display a bend in it. Okay. Oh, he kind of got exposed. Oh, okay. They've been trying to expose like how he does it. I People try to find out how I do mine, and I explain, okay, well, this is how I do it, and they're like, I still don't get it. Geller starred in the horror film Sanitarium in 2001, directed by uh, Johannes Roberts and James Eves. In May 2002, he appeared as a contestant on the first series of the reality TV show I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Okay. Uh, where he was the first to be eliminated and finished in last place. In 2005, Geller starred in Yuri's Haunted Cities, Venice, a 11 picture or X1, 11 pictures Lion TV production for Sky One, which led to a behind the scenes release in early 2008 called Cursed. Both productions were directed by Jason Figgis. In early 2007, Geller hosted a reality show in Israel called The Successor, okay, where the contestants supposedly displayed supernatural powers. Israeli magicians criticized the program, saying that it was all magic tricks. Geller said he welcomed the mystical aura that the publicity gave him. In July 2007, NBC signed Geller and Chris Angel for Phenomenon. Okay, we know Chris. Remember Chris Angel, master magician, to search for the next great mentalist. That was more like Chris Angel. Okay, contestant Mike Super won the position. Okay, in January 2008, Geller began hosting the TV show The Next Uri Geller, broadcast by Pro 7 in Germany. And, okay, very interesting. I'm going to mind my business there. Okay, so in February 2008, Geller stated in the TV show, The Next Uri Geller, a German version of the successor, that he did not have any supernatural powers before winking in the camera. He, Well, that would be a good play considering his background. He also appeared on the Dutch television program De Miaui Yuri Geller, okay, which shares a similar TV format to its German counterpart. The goal of the program was to find the best mentalist in the Netherlands. Okay, got you. Okay, and Netherlands is very open to this section of the mind. Okay, so March 2008, he started the same show in Hungary. Okay, a Kivalatszat in Hungarian. Okay, which means what? It says during the show, Geller speaks in both Hungarian and English. Geller also performs his standard routines of making stopped watches start, spoons to jump from televisions, and tables move. Okay, so Geller co-produced the show, TV show called Book of Knowledge, released in April 2008. Okay, we're catching up, everybody. Okay, so in October 2009, a similar show called The Successor of Uri Geller aired on the Greek television. So he kind of made, he established a franchise. Nice, good job, Yuri. Good job. I wish, yeah, it would have been nice if he'd done more things in the America, but I know he had trouble, you know, tricky, like Americans bring him on their shows and giving him, and then you have like Randy, right? James Randy testing you, yeah, without your knowledge. I guess that would be a great detour, a great detriment to one's proclaim abilities in the psychic space. Okay, so 2013, a BBC documentary, The Secret Life of Uri Geller's Psychic Spy, featured Uri Geller, Benjamin Netanyahu, Christopher Kit Green, Paul H. Smith, Harold Puthoff, and Russell Targ. The documentary claimed Geller became a psychic spy for the CIA. That's not unusual. Was recruited by Mossad. Okay, we know Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, the institution, Mossad is the Institute for Intelligence and Special Operations, popularly known as Mossad, is the national intelligence agency of the State of Israel. It is one of the main entities in the Israel intelligence community, along with Aman and Shambat. That's a big claim. That's a big claim to make, that he was a psychic spy for the CIA for this particular organization, the State of Israel. That's a big claim. Okay, so he says, and he worked as an official secret agent in Mexico. He found himself in Mexico. That's where movies are made of. Now that could have earned him his way back into the America for sure. Hmm. Yeah. Um, Being a frequent guest of President, oh, frequent guest, he's met presidents. That sounds like a psychic. You know, psychics, we meet all kinds of dignitaries, royal heads, people in like Congress people, people in high position in high society. President Jose Lopez Portillo, okay, the president, okay, let me see which one. And he's the 58th president from 1976 to 1982. Okay, what party was he? Was it a party, any kind of party? Lopez Portillo was the only official candidate in the 1976. So that was a steal. Okay. He was a lawyer, a writer, and politician affiliated with an institutional revolutionary party. Got it. The PRI, revolutionary. Nice. He was right for the times. Um, in the film, Geller claims to have erased floppy disks carried by KGB agents by repeatedly chanting the word erase. Interesting. Now this must have now come on, Yuri, you were doing so well. What did you get bored? Like he was doing now. It sounded like he was on the right side, but you know how those movies are. There's always like a kind of leaves you like it's like they're the good guys, but they leave a bad taste in your mouth. And you're like, this guy just isn't quite right. Like this is a good guy and got the bad. Like this guy isn't quite right. Like how they're kind of like depicting Batman these days. They're is Batman? Come on, is Batman really the good guy? Like he's going around, breaking laws, speeding, damage. Like he even paying for the damage. He's a billionaire. There's always problems. Problems that did he create those problems? By through social, you know, situations, creating disrupting social. I don't want to say epidemic. Social the social structures, of maybe underprivileged, underwhelmed people, you know. So let's see. Uh, like they say, society creating dredges of society. Like, how do these people just come out of nowhere? And like like you know how you all say it in your own fancy word. So like you could have been that. He could be just Batman, but for his for the 80s and 80s and 90s and 2000s, he could have just been Batman. But but pretty much everyone said Batman is on the side of justice. So it sounds like the names that he'd be using from the Western point of view would be like for the justice for the Western world. So it's to our benefit, making him the good guy, or was he a good guy? But my point is this: okay, you're the good guy, fine. What happened? Like, Why did you feel? Why did you make that post you made? That's. I can't wait to get there, but I want to continue. I want to read. This section is called paranormal claims. So Geller has claimed. Uh, 1 second. I need to call a slight timeout. 1 second. Okay, it's gonna be a minute, so let me. Okay, so we can get through this. So paranormal claims. Geller has claimed his feats are the result of paranormal powers given to him by extraterrestrials. Okay, the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal. That's the CSICOP. Okay, Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of Paranormal. Wow, let me see what you all look like. Which is this committee for skeptical inquiry. Okay, formerly known as the committee. Oh, and so a CSI is what James Randi
actually aligned with, but before it must have reshaped it into Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, formerly known as the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal. Oh boy, so that's what it was before James Randi. Oh, that gave us. Oh, that's so insightful. And then let's follow it. It says was a prominent early critic of Geller. Also was a prominent critic early Geller. But then it says skeptics such as James Randi have shown that Geller's tricks can be replicated with stage magic techniques. So James Randi follows right thereafter. I love that university education. Thank you for showing me how to make those predictions, those correlations, finding out correlations here. Now we got some bridge in there. That's where you come from, Randy. Okay, it says Andrea, what was it, Andrea Purich met Geller in 1971 and endorsed him as a genuine psychic. Okay, so he was at once upon a my where is it? Okay, so at once okay. He's a medical and parapsychologist. Okay, gotcha. But we just want this. Geller in 1971, and was endorsed by Andrea Purich. So they said he was a paranormal psychologist and also in the realm of, I think, medicine. Was it medicine that he's involved? Yeah, medical. Okay. Researcher, medical inventor. He's a physician. Okay. All right. Brought your Geller. I used some of my abilities on that one. Okay. Dutch born Peter Hercus. He's also one of ours. So he's a United States scientific investigation for scientific investigation. So he is one of ours. Okay, nice. Okay. Okay, nice to know. Okay, let's continue. So, under hypnosis, Geller claimed he was sent to Earth by extraterrestrials from a spaceship 53,000 light years away. Geller later denied the space fantasy claims, but affirmed there is a slight possibility that some of, he says, my energies do have extraterrestrial connection. Okay. And uh, Purich also stated that Geller teleported a dog through the walls of his house. Science writer Martin Gardner wrote that since no expert on fraud was there as an observer, like a James Randi, nobody should take the claim seriously. Okay. In his biography of Geller, Yuri, okay, a journal of the mystery of Yuri Geller. Okay, this is 1974. Purich claimed that with Geller he had communicated with super intelligent computers from outer space. Maybe he was like thinking of the internet, because I mean we all used to play like. I mean, maybe he was having a little bit of a revelation and didn't know that it was a revelation he was indeed having. An insight to the future. It says, according to uh, Peerage, the computer sent messages to warn humanity that a disaster was likely to occur if humans did not, when they say change their ways, I think it means take this incoming knowledge serious, because it's going to come one day, and you better be really intelligent with it, because it can be good for you, it can harm you. The psychologist Christopher Evans, uh, who reviewed the book in New Scientist, wrote that although the Peerage believed every word he had written in the book was credulous, and those fans of Geller's who might have hoped To have used the book as ammunition to impress the skeptics will be most disappointed of all. James Randi comes in and says, has written that the biography contained silly theories, in quotes, but was, quote, both a boost and a milestone to Geller. Yeah, there was no appeasing James Randi. I don't think anyone, even if you proved it, he would just duplicate it. So even if you did prove your abilities, James Randi is going to duplicate it through a magic trick, and that's how he debunked. So there was no getting around him. He was going to debunk you anyway. You're going to be debunked, okay? You have to be. $1 million for $1 million. Okay, 1 second. Okay, let's see. Um, 1 second. Where are we at? Okay, we can. Okay. So, okay. In 1992, Geller was asked to investigate the kidnapping of Hungarian model Helga Farkas. He predicted, here we go, he made a prediction. Oh, okay, 1 second. So, okay, what did he do? So he made a prediction. He predicted she would be found in good health, okay, but she was never found and is widely believed she had been murdered. Geller was a friend of Bruce Bursford and helped him train his mind during some cycling speed record breaking bids in the 1990s. Okay, very nice, like a practitioner, mind power. See, I do believe he has gifts. So when I speak of him, I'm treating him as such. He has gifts, by the way, psychic gifts to be exact. Let's be specific. Okay. So in 1997, Geller was involved with the second division football club, um, Exeter City. He's definitely a busy man. He keeps busy by placing energy infused crystals, okay, behind the goals at Exeter's ground to help the club win a crucial end of season game. Exeter lost the game 5-1. He was appointed co-chairman of the club in 2002. Okay, the club was so he was trying to cheat. Okay, so the club was relegated to the football conference May 2003. okay, where it remained for 5 years. He has since severed ties with the club. He had also been involved with uh, Reading FC and claimed in 2002 that he had helped them to avoid relegation by getting the club's supporters to look into his eyes and say, "When?" Reading when. Hmm. Reading manager Alan Pardew dismissed Geller's role in the club's survival, which was achieved thanks to a draw in the critical match, stating, "As soon as we get a bit of joy, thanks to all the hard work and efforts of my staff and players, he suddenly comes out of the blue and tries to claim the limelight." And Alan Purdue said, Purdue, Purdue. Okay, so as soon it says, "As soon as we get a bit of joy, hold on. As soon as we get a bit of joy, thanks to all the hard work and efforts of my staff and players, he suddenly comes out of the blue and tries to claim the limelight." Okay. In two, in 2008 interview, Geller told Telepolis, "I said to this German magazine, so what I did say that I changed my character to the best of my recollection, and I no longer say that I do supernatural things. It doesn't mean that I don't have powers." Maybe this is a foreshadowing of what I'm to become. Maybe universe is saying, "You keep up with this, going this direction. This is the direction you're gonna go." But I think I'm definitely 1,000 times more humble. That's for sure. I mean, modest. I'm humble, yes, modest. It means that okay. It means that I don't say it's supernatural. I say I'm a mystifier. That's what I said. And the skeptics turned it around and said, "Uri Geller said he's a magician." I never said that. In that interview, Geller further explained that when he is asked how he does his stunts, he tells children to forget the paranormal, forget spoon bending. Instead of that, focus on school. Become a positive thinker. Believe in yourself and create a target. Go to university. Never smoke and never touch drugs. And think of success. He nearly said, "Think of Jesus Christ," but he said, "Think of success." Okay. Okay, so March 2019, he said, The Guardian reported that, wait, back up, Geller, it says, forget the, it says, I never said, forget the paranormal. Not a chance. We know it's real. Prove it. Okay, so March 2019, The Guardian reported that Geller wrote an open letter to the British Prime Minister, uh, Theresa May, stating that he would telepathically, there he goes again. He did this in 2019. Yeah, he gave Greta the old British Prime Minister Theresa May treatment. A little girl in her boat. So in March 2019, The Guardian reported that Geller wrote an open letter to the British Prime Minister, Theresa May, stating that he would telepathically prevent her from leading Britain out of the EU, the European Union. Um, in Geller's words, in quotes, as much as I admire you, I will stop you telepathically from doing this. And believe me, I am capable of executing it. End quote. Because you know what happened. The United Kingdom, I work with Europe. The United Kingdom left the EU, the European Union, on 31st January 2020, middle of pandemic, under the leadership of May's successor, Boris Johnson. Yeah, that happened. Ooh. Every time he does this, every time he says this, so that's what I'm picking at. It's like making a prediction and saying this person will, okay, like he said, he was going to stop Greta's ship. Spoiler alert. She made it there, and she made it there quite safe and sound. Every time she recorded, nothing was going on with the weather or nor the sea, and her ship, made it there, not only on time, but they even intentionally went off course to answer a distress call, an SOS from another vessel, making their crew of 8 to 12, and then continued their journey onward to Gaza. And of course, they were going to be taken in by Israel. But the point is this: the ship got there. They got there early. They got there okay. Rescued four additional members of crew, and got the aid to Gaza through. Of course, Israel can now do the right thing, get that aid distributed to Israel's people. The Palestinians are Israel's people. So that's a big spoiler alert, but I like talking about this subject on specifically Geller. Um, yeah, I think he in his career on all now, no, all jokes aside, he did a lot. He definitely contributed a lot to the paranormal, the interest, if nothing else, the interest in the paranormal, and scientists and skeptics wanting to look into the paranormal. Like, is this real? How real is it? And also people like myself who find, written material, being inspired to, maybe, kind of like look into this subject from even from an educational point of view. Yeah, that's what I want to know. Okay, so the first thing they always introduce him as like a magician. So how does that work? So magician slash okay, a mentalist. Okay, which is magician, mentalist into the actual paranormal gift. How does he make where does he draw his distinctions? I was taught card tricks, but like okay, I read poker cards, but I have a very clear distinction of what psychic ability is versus the card tricks. The card tricks. Okay, so let's check it out. Stage magic parallels. Many scientists, magicians, and skeptics have suggested possible ways in which Geller could have tricked his audience by using misdirection while bending objects such as keys and spoons manually. Okay, so this is more like a mentalist trick, which I think you could probably use misdirection in the sense of like if you're like, let's say you're there and you're showing off psychic abilities of any kind, like medium, a person can misdirect, kind of take people down rabbit holes, things like that, get them focused while they gather just enough information. There's a whole list. There's like firing off or rambling off questions. There's like cold readings, like just kind of like read the room as they say. There's hot readings, like do research before meeting the person. It's like there's a lot of ways in which a magician, a mentalist could employ, these strategies to replicate the psychic ability. Uh, there are many ways in which a bent spoon can be represented to an audience, as to give the appearance it was manipulated using supernatural powers. One way is through brief moments of distraction. That's what I'm talking about, being distracting, in which a magician can physically do the work, the manual work, um, like as in physically bend a spoon or other objects unseen, unnoticed by audience, whether mentally, perception wise, visually, before gradually revealing. By the time their mind catches up, it's already subconsciously affirming that it's reaffirming, actually reaffirming that, wow, this really happened right in front of me. So it says, so one way is through brief moments of distraction. Okay. Oh yeah. Before gradually revealing the bend to create the illusion that the spoon bent, or that somebody came up with the idea, um, that was like before it suggested, kind of like doing verbal math, well, like abstract mathematic, like just get conversations and facts and pull them together, bending before the viewer's eyes. Another way is to pre-bend the spoon, reducing the amount of force that it's going to need to be applied to bend the spoon again. Okay, like right, like softening, like what they call that when you soften someone. A lot of people naturally do that in conversation, like you'll present them an idea, right? Or you'll tell people, I'm going to finish my dissertation, and people will be like, they're pitching to you, you're finished, you're finishing your dissertation, and make it like it was their idea. Yeah, like I finished my dissertation, and it's been accepted. It's great. It's gonna be published. And they're like speaking to it like they came up with the idea, and they's like, yeah, you've finished you're gonna finish your dissertation. You're like, wait a minute, I just told you I just finished my. You're gonna finish your dissertation, and you're gonna write a book, and then you're gonna soon find out, that you had a whole world around you could have been so much more than what you are doing. Like right now, you're going through all your time, all your life, scraping by when you should be focusing on right. And you're like, what are you on about? Like I'm telling you that. So people do that all the time. It's like those people definitely, trying to take control of the conversation. That is what this is. Taking control over people's perception. It says one way through. Okay, so the one way is through a brief moment, like distracting, in which the magician can physically bend a spoon or other objects unseen by the audience before gradually revealing the bend of the create the illusion that they came up with the idea, for example, before the viewer's eyes. Another way is to pre-bend the spoon, reduce the amount, like softening people up is what I was referring to, like get you up to the idea of talking about something that you like. When you say, I have a habit of tobacco, and then they say, then they're on again and saying that's why you have a habit, a very bad habit, a tobacco. Like I told you that, you're not telling me anything I haven't told you. Like softening you up, and then you're talking about the things wrong with you, that kind of thing. Like you're taking your attention span is on where they've guided your mind, but you've given them. The thing is that it's not psychic or spiritual or even helpful in the sense of therapeutic or holistic, because or psychology, because they only know what you're telling them, because you might not even have a it may like you said, I don't even have a problem. The problem is I don't like tobacco at all. I should be like zero, but I indulge some, not like habitually, where every 5 minutes or every time I break. I'm just I'm like, actually I only smoked one, and it's over the past 8 months. and something that I'm not interested in. I'm telling you a story, and I've only smoked three in my entire life. It's like, well, you shouldn't be smoking at all. Can you not just enjoy a good story, then wreck it? You know, trying to, you're so needing to be a vulture, like a virtual signature to my cause, my life, trying to be a cause in my life, and it's not. We're just having a. Can you not just enjoy a light hearted? Can my experiences, may my experiences be my own experiences? It's that type of situation. It's that happens a lot. Oh my gosh, that happens so much. And the way my mind works, I catch it and but I call it, I catch it so quickly, I call it and I like pull back. I like, give me that back. That's mine. I'll be taking that back. Thanks. It says, okay, so it says another way is to prevent this. Okay, yeah. Critics, okay, so now it's about critics. Critics have accused Geller of using his demonstrations fraudulently outside the entertainment business. Oh, they're calling him a fraud, a straight up fraud, like like unethical, like ethics, like okay, no longer entertainment. Now he's mm, I'm now I could be underhanded and say I could see that. I could see that, especially like in like the times that he's mentioned things outside the context of entertainment, like, but and stating things as perceived, it would be a perceived threat, psychic threat. It could be perceived as, like this being negative, because like things that are healthy and positive, like why does that's what I want to know. Why does that's my concerns about the ESP sector. Like, okay, they like you were doing great maybe when you're under the CIA, okay, and you said it says, is it Mahad? He was doing great, for the state of Israel, the Secret Service and all that under them. But then it comes a point where it's like, why are you taking like positive things? Like it's been a good thing since their departure from the EU, breaking away from the EU. It's been a good thing. They've only continuously to figure out how to stand on their own 2 feet and prosper. And then the other one is, the Greta Thunberg, her crewmates, her mates, rescuing 4 people. They were able to, get aid to Israel so Israel can have even more aid to share. Take some of the burden off of Israel government for their own people. For people who, excuse me, were in the safety in Israel to to produce aid for those deeply in need in Gaza, the Gaza Strip, Palestinian people, like, excuse me, Palestinian kids, women, and vulnerable men. Not minus, so I got to do this. You got to subtract Hamas. I know they're Palestinian, but you have to subtract the organization called Hamas, made up of Palestinian warriors. You have to subtract them. Ration mathematics, simple mathematics, equals aid for Palestinian civilized civilians made up of children, women, and vulnerable men. There you go. All right. All right. So, where was I? Critics said that fraudulently outside of the business. So, because now, okay, James Randi comes in and says one of Geller's most prominent critics wrote the truth about Uri Geller, explaining how Geller's various alleged supernatural abilities, such as spoon bending and telekinesis, can be easily reproduced by any magician using sleight of hand. So that was another part of the thing. You had to, first of all, demonstrate you had the ability, but also you had to defeat James Randi by doing a performing a an ability in a controlled test environment that could not be replicated duplicated through the means of James Randi's like tricks, like what a magician could learn and figure out to do. So that's I think that's one of I think there's like that was the two criteria. There's another criteria in there. And I don't recall at this time, but there's a set of criteria that had to be met, like a standard. So it wasn't just do it. Oh, see, I told you. See, and then even if the test proved that you did it, now you gotta give James Randi a crack at reproducing it, and so that you also have to make it where he cannot reproduce or duplicate what you did. The paranormal, like it could be any paranormal activity. It doesn't have to be like a psychic gift necessarily. It could be like spoon bending, for example. But anything that you lay claim that you consider to be paranormal under a controlled space, and if Randy could reproduce it, then that's like one of three. It's like it's very simple, actually. Like he literally sent me the email. It's like those are the two I remember. It's like maybe like three or two or three like things that you needed to hurdle over, and he's like, that's it. Then if you win, it's $1 million. You want to take the challenge? It sounds so simple. There's three things, two or three things. That two of them I can really remember. The third one was what's the third one? Maybe that's just the two. I think there was just two. I'm not sure. We can look it up. I'm pretty sure it's online. But in the early 1970s, okay, an article. Okay, here we go. There's a Jerusalem. And by the way, so Jerusalem Post. Well, he is okay. Find out he's Israeli British, by the way. So the Jerusalem Post really kind of deal with him. In fact, they wrote an article this time, kind of. I mean, I don't blame shame them for uplifting him, but um, uh, and also from of course to from their perspective, like this little girl, right, coming, walking. This is man's world. Okay, one, like real life, like like nurture versus nature. No, this nature, our absolute nature, and the nature of men, and it's wartime, and you're west, and you're coming over here to the east. This is no longer in the Western civilization. We're taking you in. We're putting you on a plane. We're sending you home. You're gonna come over here and do what we know how to feed our family. We know how to feed. We can put together aid, but well, you brought aid over. So how was your trip? You want to watch a movie? Of course, they had her. I bet the stipulation was you can stay here. We can put you to work. We'll work in our kitchen, or or you can watch the video, the October 7th video, and then we're not going to force you to do it. They said we didn't force them to do it. No, they were like, if you watch the video, we put you on a plane, you go home. And she, of course, they made it very uncomfortable her ride home, and of course she didn't get to fly clean, and she rode economy. They put her way in the back. Where she was sitting at, they said economy, but that could have been that's like coach, like close to coach. Like they sent her, they was coach. They put her coach, and that's where you smell everything. You're in you way in the back, you smell all of that, and they even had by how much by per person breathes in. That was a scientific number. It must have been pretty meaningful because they included it in an article that I don't remember. So, and then I know that sounds a bit ignorant. I know. Okay, but enjoy. So, you won't get too many of those. So, but what I'm saying is that, yeah, they had her watch the actual like footage videos of the experience, and to her fight, but she wouldn't want to fight. She'd be like, okay, wait till I get home and I'm both feet on the ground and I have things to say, because she's banned, by the way, from entering into Israel, into the Holy Land, including Gaza, because they got a Gaza barrier since way back in 2007. Like, look, we got this all in lock. Welcome to the man's world, and this is why men run the world. So she is really like you're in our affairs. So they took her in, and they said basically, you want to like hang out and like you can get you a job out there, or you can watch this video, and we'll make sure you get home. All right, all right, you gonna fly me? Yeah, they flew her coach. Okay. And we sent her home. Well, but she could also say they got a boat out of it. And we bought them additional aid, kind of like somebody, giving you, like you have money and somebody like gives you a grant, she granted them aid. So, and they said, and the way they described it, they said it was an exponential amount of aid. So they considered it a lot. So even at the standard of, first of all, little girl, West coming into Eastern world in this climate, in a group of about 8 people, we don't want to read about you tomorrow in the morning. So they brought her in, right, and then they say, but she did, 22-year-old young woman and her crew of men and women did accomplish bringing them granting them aid. So to as the adults can do, the men can do, distribute that aid to to the children, and in that time they could wrap it and put it in the language, Israel's language, of course, in Hebrew, and also lifting the minds and the spirits, kind of like it takes a village, it takes a village. So and preparing the younger minds on like like their view of the world being skewed. I know you're going through hardship, but it's not the environment that define who we are. And this is a time where you are among the vulnerable, and we are needing to be to your assistance. But then the Hamas people, then the ones who did October, yeah, get the whole organization gotta go, because they are hurting the people and the Palestinian people and Israel people. Everybody's losing. Like, even the Palestinian people are like, we got to turn against Hamas, because Hamas said if we accept the aid, we accept Greta's aid, that they're gonna try to do practice harm on us. So that's not somebody who loves you. So okay, all right. So enough of that. So okay. So anyway, in the early 1970s, an article in the Jerusalem Post reported that a court had ordered Geller to refund. What? Okay, the Jerusalem Post reported that a court had ordered Geller to refund a customer's ticket price and pay court costs after finding that he had committed fraud by claiming that his feats were telepathic. Oh, I can't relate. I'm not saying like there are clients, that will try to like fraud you out of your gifts. People try to fraud me out of my gifts and services. Like, they'll try to like make themselves out to like they need my gifts, and they put me in a position where I have to help them and give them gifts, give them my abilities without compensation. But like, this is insane. Like to be proven to be a fraud, where the courts deem you a fraud and then have to pay and refund the ticket, and plus, in addition, the court costs. That means Geller was sued as being a fraud, as a fraud. I don't have any besmirchments on I don't have any marks like online. Like, I don't have like a scam. I'm not on anybody's scam report. I'm not on fraud alert. Nothing. Never have been. Okay, so 1974. Oh, and I never been sued. Like, I never like had to pay somebody because they claimed that I was a fraud, and then took me to court and then sue me, get their money back. They didn't. That's never happened to me. People always try to like fraud and get me out of my gifts. Like they'll try to like they'll use fraud language to get me to do work for them without payment. They will do that. So that means I have something that have value. It's kind of like equivalent of when people walk in and steal like strands of hair, the hair they sell, and they or or go into Walmart and steal a TV or something. That like they come in and try to steal my gifts, my time. I mean, my time and gifts. So okay, so 1974 article in Holam Hassa alleged that Geller's manager, Shippy Strang, and Shippy's sister, Hannah Strang, secretly helped in Geller's performances. Ooh, I've heard of that. Oh, yeah, that's the other one they do. Like where they have people on some like a reverse hot mic. Like you're talking to Geller, but Geller has feed, under his collar that's sending it, messaging it back, and they in the Geller's ear. So if I was reading for people, I wouldn't have any pieces in my ear. I would just be reading. It would just be me and you. So I wouldn't be any pieces or bug in my ear. There'd be, I'm pretty sure, well, a mic. A mic's a mic. Um, okay. So in Geller's autobiography, my story. So when I'm on the phone with reading and I'm live with you all, there isn't anyone giving me feedback to tell this client. All right. So in Geller's autobiography, my story, he acknowledged that in his early career, his manager talked to him into adding a magic trick to make his performance last longer. Okay, kind of like fluff up his the time that he could spend, especially if you're thinking in terms of paid per minute. That's what they try to get me to do. Like, why you help people like in 5 minutes? Like, you should be as good as you are. You should be spending time with people 45 minutes. But so they were like training me to spend time like an hour plus with people, but except I took the reasoning for that time being necessary literally. So like literally I'm giving people value for 45 minutes, not adding fluff to make the call last longer, which we call it also panning. And so I don't pan. It's like panning. Well, let me tell you this. Oh yeah, by the way, the way I speak is you could hang up the phone at any moment now, or we could be disconnected at any moment now. So I'm always like, be like before you go, this. It isn't to make you feel uncomfortable hanging up. I always make sure let everybody know the moment that you need to go, you need to go. Like people will apologize sometimes. Like, no, you have to go. You have important things to do, like living life. I'm always going to be here. You can always get back in touch with me. Oh, you can also let them know what time you need me, and I'll make sure I honor your scheduled appointed time as well. So that's how I deal with like people. I respect people's time. People contact me and say, "Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I only have like 3 minutes." I'm like, "Don't worry, we're gonna answer all of your questions that you have today." And before that time runs out, we always answer the question that they're there for in that time frame. They and then if they want to call and tap me back, call back. They do on their own. I don't have to. I didn't understand like why I gotta tell them to call you back. Why? Why do I gotta tell them? It's their life. Aren't they getting something out of it? Now I do get those like weird. Sometimes y'all are weird, and y'all like want to hang out with a psychic and want to be like you're psychic, and then you're dating a psychic, and no, I don't do all that. I like look, get what you need and move on. Transcend the reading, please, and meet me on the other side when something else bigger comes along. Call me. Need a dream interpreting? Call me. You need a boyfriend? Call me because we're gonna find you the boyfriend or girl because it happens a girlfriend, and you're gonna transcend the reading and begin living life in real time in real life. No, I don't read for people to hang out with me for 6 months on the same subject. And I'm like, no. Think like this client contact me. It's like, no, you're the next chapter, the next version of the world you're entering. You're gonna whatever's going on in there, you'll want to know about what's going on at those subjects. So, okay, so in Geller's first autobiography, My Story, he acknowledged that in his early career, yes, fluffing up his performances. Okay, his manager talked him into. Okay, he was talked into it to adding a magic trick to make his performances last longer. So maybe like in the beginning, he had the right intentions. I didn't stray from my intentions. I knew when I first become it was understood they're trying to add the magic trick. I refuted. I refused to do it. I just simply didn't do it. I couldn't do it. And they said you can't work here. It's like that's me. That's me telling myself I have to. It's time for me to move on to a place where it allows me to just be the gift, be psychic, without the tricks. Yasha Katz said, who had been Geller's manager in Britain, so it's Yasha Katz's fault, said in 1978. Okay, that all performances by Geller were simply stage tricks. See, that's what I'm talking about. They can never say Psychic Isaiah is yeah, all of it was stage tricks, just counseling. No, 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 no. That's a save. They said, go and be a save. If you want to do the real thing, go do it. So Yashad Katz, who had been Geller's manager in Britain, said in 1978 that all performances by Geller were simply stage tricks, and he explained how they were really done. He even told the background story. Can you imagine somebody's your manager and goes and talks about the magic of your performance before you do? You don't. It doesn't give you. You didn't do it. Like you will do it in your own time someday, but this would have been a time where Geller was actually still working, and then a Yasha Katz comes along, and starts divulging all the tricks and to the trade and how it was done, and stating, just adequately enough that yeah, Geller is just a stage performer. It's not, no, that's not real. Besides, speaking at a dinner table, he's like saying it sounds like he's saying this to the public. Fascinating. Geller's spoon bending feats are discussed in the papers, edited by Charles Panatti. There it says there was controversy when it was published. Several prominent magicians came forward to demonstrate that Geller's psychic feats could be duplicated by stage magic. Oh boy! So this is the development of where Ramsey began coming up with ways to test abilities, like can it be duplicated? Okay, so Martin Gardner wrote that Panatti had been fooled by Geller's trickery, and the Geller papers were an embarrassing anthology. Well, you know what? People, I have clients that say, imitated but never duplicated. Mine gifts are not duplicated. Even clients like, I feel intuitive right now, and they try to see where the if there's a trick or if there's some kind of just smooth words going on, and they're like a client tried to do that, tried to. I was like, no, I am the psychic of time. I'm a time psychic. Let me say, he's like, well, I know I was reading something online. It was this, and I was looking at astrological charts, and and I intuited, and I was like on the 12th. I was like, no, those are not my dates. I give him my dates are in place, and I was like, remind you, like little reminder, this is the dates. So, and some people will even they'll bring up while working with me, they'll bring up, well, this psychic said this, so what do you think, type of thing. Oh, I can't stand that. It's kind of like saying, well, this person read me this, and this, and this, and this. So all I would need to know from you is asking me permission. Like they said, I needed to ask you for no, 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 no. That's not a psychic reading. So then I demonstrate, because sometimes people, they tell me information that people said. I'm like, that's not what I have here.
Sometimes it's like completely opposite. It's night and day, but they don't say what the person said until after I said mine. Or like, dang, why is it completely different? What changed? I'm like, I don't know. You have to contact the person who read you originally because the reading is today, because it's almost inferring that they put you in a position like that person really wasn't reading. They're like, because they think in spirit, if everybody's reading the same thing, same spirit, then why is people saying this different things, contrasting things day and night? Yours is completely different. You're saying no, they're saying yes. I don't know who to believe. Mine plays out. They call back. You're right. And then I'm like, well, I wasn't trying to, you know, because we all have gifts in different areas, and trying to, not, rain down on a colleague or anything like that. But and I just found myself in that pickle. I happened to do the reading before they ever. I tend to speak before people say things because, and I'm doing it very aggressively these days as well. Like there's somebody contacted me yesterday and was like, my husband asked me to ask you two questions, and she said questions, and I was, oh yeah, this. And they're like, yep, that's right. And then it was like, it was all answered. So that's also, I did some of that today as well. Quickly as you ask, like on your way to even, before you even get the questions out of your mouth, I will answer your questions. During telepathic drawing demonstrations, Geller claimed the ability to read the minds of subjects, mind reading, okay, as they drew a picture. Although in these demonstrations he cannot see the picture being drawn, he is sometimes present in the room and on these occasions can see the subjects as they draw. Critics argue this may allow, like a cold reading, may allow Geller to infer common shapes from pencil movements and sound, um, with the power of suggestion doing the rest. Okay, so Geller admits, sure, there are magicians who can duplicate, oh boy, there it is, my performances through trickery. Interesting, interesting. He has claimed that even though his spoon bending can be repeated using trickery, he uses psychic powers to achieve his results. His is not trickery. So I tend to do that. Like I tend to look, okay, that's what you're trying to do. Okay, look, let me show you how to do it. This is they're like, and then I started. Then we even have our own language, our own like university style language. They're like, oh, I'm learning. They realize I'm learning. Okay, so you're not just, oh, I'm feeling intuitive, like an itch. No, that doesn't work. It's like there's people who feel like, oh, today I feel like I can do a cartwheel. You know, they may pull it off. They may get a little knot in their back. Okay, but every now and then you might get a little tidbit, little there, little much like that. Like Bible says, and people will have revelations, but like no, mine is something else. I'm something else. So okay, so physicist Richard Feynman, who was an amateur magician, wrote, "Surely you're joking, Mister Feynman." 1985, that Geller was unable to bend a key for him, and his son Randy has stated that if Geller is truly using his mind to perform these feats, he is doing it the hard way. If he's doing these feats, like he knows better, okay, if he is in fact doing the bending the key and bending the spoon. Okay, so it was in November 2008. Geller accepted an award during a convention of magicians, the Services to Promotion of Magic Award from the Berglis Foundation. Okay, and so he is truly a magician. Got it. In his acceptance speech, Geller said that if he had not had psychic powers, oh, here we go, then he must be the greatest
to have been able to fool journalists, scientists, and Berglis himself. In October 2012, Geller gave a lecture for magicians in the United States at the Jenny Magazine 75th birthday bash. Okay, so he's definitely a trailblazer for us. Okay, all right. For, I mean, people who are interested in the paranormal, ESP stuff, all that. Parapsychologists, psychics by default, scientific testing. Okay, so what about it? So Geller's performances of drawing a duplication and cutlery bending, okay, using usually take place under informal conditions such as television interviews. During his early career, he allowed some scientists to investigate his claims. Okay, he allowed some science. Okay, he allowed. Okay, when Geller's supposed abilities were tested by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. Okay, and this is in 1973. Yeah, they were interested in these things in 1973. So it says the Central Intelligence Agency is a civilian foreign intelligence service of the federal government of the United States tasked with advancing national security through collecting and analyzing intelligence from around the world and conducting covert operations. The agency is okay, got it. All right. So the experiments concluded that Geller had demonstrated his paranormal perceptual ability in a convincing and unambiguous manner. Okay, he passed. That was his way back in to the States. Okay, interesting. That was in 1973. When did he do? And probably that's when about that when he did the film in South America too. I bet. A study was commissioned by the United States Defense Intelligence Agency as part of the Stargate project. Oh, he made it? Okay. All right. And conducted during August 1973 at Stanford Research Institute, now known as SRI International, by parapsychologists Harold E. Podoff and Russell Targ. Okay, so the Stargate project is what you all have been talking about on TikTok. And well, uh, okay, so he's definitely a contributor to something. He, he definitely Geller's been working the the government. Okay, as a I'm going to say a psychic. He referred to him as a psychic spy. Utilizing his abilities, his powers. He like to refer to as his powers. Okay, nice. Okay, so he's definitely not a chump. He's he's not a chump. Of course, that our intentions was say we were actually saying yes, we do see him as, as you say, a leader. Like he's here, he's doing what I'm interested in before I was born. Well, before I was born, I wasn't even on anybody's mind while he's performing, utilize, being a contributing to this expert, this level, this expertise at an expert professional and public level. To mind you, to add, okay, as I wasn't even thought of. Okay, so he's okay. So I'm giving him that. It's just that I think his predictions need work because there's a pattern where he says I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and then it always it fails him, and he goes real big with it. Like he's each time it's been on the world stage that he's said this, but each time it's like, come on, you got to notice a pattern here. Either get really good, find out what you're doing, what you're missing, what you're doing wrong. I'm looking at it from a
person, spiritual perspective, I'm thinking, why is he rooting against something that's better for the for society? For that's what I'm looking at I'm looking at that, like, what's in him that caused him to root always against, like, he comes out of nowhere and goes a direction that no one else is going. And why, like, why did you, what why do you wake up and feel like that's the action that's something you needed to do? So okay, so Geller was he was isolated and asked to reproduce simple drawings prepared in another room. Okay, kind of like that's where remote viewing would come in, I guess. It says writing about the same study in a 1974 article published in the journal Nature, they concluded that he had performed successfully enough to warrant further serious study. Definitely. Okay, fine. He's a trailblazer. He definitely opened doors. Okay, there's no doubt about it. That's what the people who write dissertations say. They're in the scientific thinking community, university level. Okay, okay, all right. So, okay, in an encyclopedia of claims, frauds, and hoaxes of the occult and supernatural, Randy, Randy wrote how Puthoff and Russell Targ, who studied Mr. Geller at the Stanford Research Institute, were aware, in one instance at least, that they were being shown a magician's trick by Geller. Their protocols for this serious investigation of the powers claimed by Geller were described by Ray Hyman, who investigated the project on behalf of the Department of Defense's Advanced Research Projects Agency, as sloppy and inadequate. Oh, he says that their dissertation was sloppy, and or their method was sloppy and inadequate. The chapter of the method chap. Oh boy, critics have pointed out that both Puthoff and Tark were already believers in paranormal powers. Okay, so a little bias. Okay, they're trying to say they they wanted to believe already. Okay, and Geller was not adequately researched before the experiments. Okay, the psychologists C.E.M. Hansel and skeptic Paul Kurtz have noted that the experiments were poorly designed and open to trickery. Okay, so easy to pass. Okay, critics of the experiments include psychologists David Marks and Richard uh, Kamen, who published a description of how Geller could have cheated in an informal test of his so called psychic powers in 1977. Their 1978 article in Nature and 1980 book, The Psychology of the Psychic, second edition 2000. Okay, that was in 2000, second edition came out. Described how a normal explanation was possible for Geller's alleged psychic powers. Says Marx and Kamen found evidence that while at SRI, Geller was allowed to peek through a hole in the laboratory wall, separating him from the drawings, and he was being invited to reproduce. Okay, so they said there was a hole in the wall that he was allowed to peek through to see the drawings he was invited to reproduce. That means he got up out of his chair from the table, from where the paper and pen or whatever he's using to draw the pencil, to go to the wall, to look through the wall where there's a hole in it to see what they were drawing, and then come back to a seat and reproduce it. That's a lot of manual labor. And what if the walls were they cement or wood? Okay, we needed more information there. These drawings were
placed on a wall. Okay, so they were okay. So they were on. So the drawings were drawn, then kind of hung up on a wall, like you would, you know, when you wanna when you draw and you kind of hang up pictures on a fridge. Okay, so these drawings were or sort of pinned onto a wall or taped to the wall opposite the peephole, which the investigators Targ and Putov had stuffed with cotton gauze. Okay, so cotton gauze, their little peepholes, cotton gauze. Okay, so Targ and Putov said that they stuffed. So that explains that. How do they know there was a hole in the wall? Okay, so in addition to this error, but if there's cotton gauze stuffed in the hole, how could he see? If there's cotton gauze, wouldn't the cotton gauze block the sight? Because they could have just used like electrical tape and just put tape over it. Um, okay, and okay, so yeah, they could have just done it that way. Uh, cover the holes. In addition to this error, the investigators had also allowed Geller access to a two-way intercom. Okay, kind of like the hot mic situation, like when he's um, in audience, they got a earpiece in his ear, enabling him to listen to the investigators' conversation during the times like when people are wearing mics as people are entering and talking about why did they come to the show to see this, to listen to this great magician, and they're getting information and people, standing outside and greeting them and they're getting feedback and then relay it back to Geller and says lady on the left or man on the right, and then he can go to them and tell, okay, he has this going on, and he's working out a deal, with Barnes and Noble. Ooh, sometimes telling me you're getting something like Barnes and Noble. You go, whoa, that's something very specific. Okay, so let's talk about that. Okay, so all right, I could never. It says, in addition to this era, the investigators allowed Geller access to a two-way intercom, enabling him to listen to the investigators' conversations during the times when they were choosing and or displaying the target's drawings. So the targets were being monitored, the people who were drawing the pictures. Okay, so these basic errors indicate the great importance of ensuring that psychologists, magicians, and other people with an in-depth knowledge of perception who are trained in methods for blocking sensory cues be present during the testing of psychics. It says Marx, after evaluating the experiments, wrote that none of Geller's paranormal claims had been demonstrated in scientifically controlled conditions. There we go. Scientifically controlled conditions had not been demonstrated. Wrote that none of Geller's paranormal claims had been demonstrated in scientifically controlled conditions. Now we're talking real science. Now it's getting ugly. The ugly truth. So, and it says here, concluding that Geller, okay, so in quotes, Geller has no psychic ability whatsoever. However, I believe him to be a very clever, well practiced magician, end quote. Marx and Kamen tested Geller's ability to mentally repair watches and found that, in quotes, many supposedly broken watches had merely been stopped by gummy oil, and simply holding them in the hand would warm the oil enough to soften it and allow watches to resume ticking. Litigation. Uh-oh. What? Well, litigation. That doesn't sound very pretty. And James Randi's name is right here. That means it's gonna get real. Oh, there he goes. Okay, let's see. Now it's gonna get real. Talk about some litigation. So Geller has litigated or threatened legal action against some of his critics. with mixed results. These included libel allegations against James Randi and illusionist Gerald uh, Majax, hmm, a French illusionist. Okay. Yeah, I got that feeling that he's a magician, but he's like, hey, I'm a magician. He's a magician too. That's the angle. Like, come on, stop saying you're magic, your magic trickery. Like I'm kind of being. I'm reading him. I can tap into people. Okay, but anyway, he's a French illusionist. So I wanted to just understand his angle. Okay, so in 1971, um, mechanical engineering student Yuri uh, Goldstein. Okay, mechanical. Okay, an engineer. Okay, so Geller is smart. I mean, he's definitely okay. So was this his dad? So Yuri Goldstein attended one of Geller's show. Okay, no. Oh, okay. There's Yuri Geller and there's Yuri Goldstein, two different people. Okay, and subsequently sued the show. Okay, okay. Why? Sued the show's promoters for breach of contract. Okay, huh, a mechanical engineer student. Okay. Oh, okay. Attended one of Geller's shows and subsequently sued the show's promoters for breach of contract. Okay. Got it. Okay. So he claimed that Geller had promised a demonstration of several psychic powers, but had delivered only sleight of hand and stage tricks. Oh boy, the case came before the civil court in Beersheba. Geller was not present as the summons had been sent to the office of the promoter, Mickey Pellet, who had ignored it as being trivial. Goldstein was awarded £27 or around $5, but that's still like a pinch. He was wrote it was wrote IL 27.5. That's around £5. Goldstein was awarded around $5 for a breach of contract. Now in 1971, $5. So that's a lot of penny candy. So he says, yeah, you can even buy a soda and still have a ways to go. Like to getting all the treats because you could get a soda, a honey bun, another honey bun, and then a lot of like little penny candy, like little candy, Sneaker bar. You can probably even fit in there like a little, like a little, like a little distractor, like a little ball that you can bounce everywhere, and it's different colors. So that's $5 would go a long way. 1971, he's awarded $5, breach of contract, because Geller was supposed to come in and do a series of assorted of tricks, like just displaying psychic powers. But he came in and doing lots of like hand tricks that you might find at a child's party, like a birthday party. So later, Goldstein admitted that he went to the show specifically with the intention of suing to get his money back. That's what I'm talking about. That's the fraud that you all are. I admit it. I went to the show, got the service, and then like sued to get my money back. And I kept the answers. So and then I'm like, okay, I'm shutting my psychic door. Then like whatever happens, then Not my responsibility. I'm not responsible for. So yeah, how it unfolds for you. But people be rushing back, like, hey, new name. I'm like, I know who you are. You this reading, this reading. Yes, if you do this, I assure you this works. Okay, I'm gonna do it. A couple of days after. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, like protect your assets. It says, okay, so he had already found a lawyer. Oh, by the way, he says, and he had the intentions of suing to get his money back after enjoying the show, And then he had already found a lawyer to represent him prior to attending the performance. Now that who's the real fraud here? Yuri Goldstein is the real fraud. Is the real sky shyster here. He's the real scammer here. Yuri Goldstein is not Yuri Geller. He did get a bad draw on that. Okay, okay. What's the next one? So okay, what about this one? In a 1989 interview with a Japanese newspaper, James Randi was quoted as saying that Geller had driven a scientist to shoot himself in the head. Okay, back up. Let me read that one. Okay, in a 1989 interview with a Japanese newspaper, James Randi was quoted as saying that Geller had driven a scientist to that word himself in the head in quotes. What? Okay, what James? Why did James Randi quote this? It says after finding out that Geller had fooled him. Whoa. He's saying that Uri Geller's services drove a man mad to self harm. Okay. Whoa. See, that's some dark stuff. Now that would be considered and that worthy of us being called a sacrifice for more power. It says, yeah, that's another thing I worry about. You know, like the ESP group. I'm like, they like pulling this kind of stunt if this is true. But Randy afterwards claimed it was a metaphor lost in translation. Okay, well, Randy, that was pretty. That was like that was kind of reckless. Randy, come on now, rest your soul. Uh, the story was also repeated in a Canadian newspaper, which quoted Randy as saying essentially the same thing. One scientist, a metallurgist, okay, wrote a paper backing Geller's claims that he could bend metal, okay. The scientist, as you say, the word himself, uh, after it says after I showed him how the key bending trick was done. In 1990, Geller sued Randy in a Japanese court over the statements published in the Japanese newspaper. Randy claimed that he could not afford to defend himself. Therefore, he lost the case by default. Oh no, is that why Randy hates psychics so much? Why he's like, I have $1 million you'll never see, you'll never get it. Okay, it says the court declared Randy's statement an insult as opposed to libel. Okay, it's more like an insult as opposed to libel, and awarded a token judgment against him, paying Geller only 1/3 of 1% of what he demanded. Okay, but that's still a win. A win's a win. So and then okay, so then that got James Randy on the hate train for psychics. From that point on, like I'm getting all my money back, all of it. It says since the charge of insult is only recognized in Chinese and Japanese law, Randy was not required to pay. Later, 1995, Geller agreed not to pursue payment of the Japanese fine. Randy maintained that he had never paid anything to Geller. I stand corrected. Okay, so that's where this $1 million. You prove you got the gift. But that's why you can never win. That's why it's like even you would never prove to win and get that $1 million because this whole thing about suing, between Uri Geller alone, because this is Yuri's story, because Randy dealt with all was like global skeptic. I'm finding out all this for the first time. I'm just now hearing this. Okay, so in 1992, Geller filed a $15 million suit against Randy. Ooh, 1 second. I gotta go check on something. Okay, it was getting a little too good. I was like, okay, make sure that I wasn't doing anything. Do a little security check. Okay, so all right, so 1992, Geller files the $15 million suit against Randy and CSICOP for statements made in an international Herald Tribune interview on the 9th April 1991. But he was unsuccessful because the statute of limitations had expired. He waited too late. Oh man, that crazy. He lost out on $15 million due to waiting too long. Okay, at least he dreams big. Yuri Geller. At least you dream big. You're a big dreamer. In okay, 1994, Geller asked to dismiss without prejudice, and he was awarded to pay $50,000 for the publisher's attorney fees, and he was ordered to pay $50,000 for the publisher's attorney fees. So Geller asked to dismiss without prejudice, and he was ordered to pay $50,000, $50,000, $50,000 for the publisher's attorney fees. So half of $100,000. After not paying in time, Geller was sanctioned with an additional 20 grand. So now we're up to 70 grand. Due to the sanction, the suit was dismissed with prejudice, which, according to Randy's attorneys, means that Geller cannot pursue the same suit in any other jurisdiction. Okay, so 1995, Geller and Randy announced that this is settled. Okay, the last remaining suits between him and the CSICOP as part of the settlement, Geller agreed not to pursue the payment of the 1990 Japanese ruling, which was it was just only a small amount, in exchange for Prometheus books inserting an um, errata on all future editions of Physics and Psychics, correcting erroneous statements made about him. Okay. So that's why James Randi has a hots for psychics. Now I get it. Okay, so in 1991, Geller sued Timex Corporation and the advertising firm Fallon McElligott for millions. Okay, in uh, Geller versus Fulton McElligott over an ad showing a person bending forks and other items but failing to stop a Timex watch. Geller was sanctioned $149,000 for filing a frivolous lawsuit. In 1998, the Broadcasting Standards Commission, BSC, in the United Kingdom rejected a complaint made by Geller, the BSC, saying that it wasn't unfair to have magicians showing how they duplicate those psychic feats on the UK Equinox episode Secrets of the Super Psychics. In 1999, Geller considered a suit against don't do it, don't take it. They got you up to six figures now. It's a racket. Uh, IKEA over a furniture line featuring bent legs that was called the Uri. They got a racket going on. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't sue. Copy copyright claims. In November 2000, Geller sued video game company Nintendo for £60 million. That's a lot of money over the Pokemon species Young localized in English as uh, Kadabra. Okay, I know Kadabra, which he claimed was an unauthorized appropriation of his identity. The Pokemon in question has psychic abilities and carries a spoon. Geller also claimed that the star on Kadabra's forehead and the lightning patterns on its abdomen are symbolisms popular with the Waffen SS and the Nazi Germany. The that might be an overreach. I'm about to be honest. The katakana for the character's name is visually similar to the transliteration of Geller's own name in Japanese. He's been petty now. He is quoted as saying, Nintendo turned me into a villain, a cult Pokemon character. Nintendo stole my identity by using my name and my signature image. Pokemon anime director and storyboard artist uh, Masamitsu Hidaka confirmed in an interview that Kadabra would not be used on a Pokemon trading card until an agreement was reached in the case. In November 2020, Geller issued an apology and agreed to allow cards depicting Kadabra to be printed. Oh, that was very kind. Very, very nice, very noble. In 2007, Geller issued a DMCA notice to YouTube. Okay, what does this mean? It says the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Okay, 1998 United States copyright law that implements two 1996 treaties of World Intellect Property Organization, WIPO. It criminalizes production and dissemination of technology devices and services intended. Okay, so he sent this to the notice to YouTube. Oh boy, to remove a video uploaded by Brian Sapient of the Rational Response Squad, which was excerpted from an episode of the Nova television series titled "Secrets of the Psychics." The video included footage of Geller failing to perform. In response, Sapient contacted the Electronic Frontier Foundation, issued a DMCA counter notice, and sued Geller for misuse of the DMCA. Geller's company, Explorologists, filed a countersuit. Both cases were settled out of court. A monetary settlement was paid, but it is not clear whether Sapient paid Geller or vice versa. And the 8 seconds of footage owned by Explorologists were licensed under a non-commercial Creative Commons license. Hmm. Okay, he's getting his coin. Like, you use my likeness, pay me. Okay. So personal life. Do I need to? Okay. Geller married wife, Hannah Geller. Okay. In 1979, Michael Jackson. Okay, was the best man. Michael Jackson and best man. When Geller renewed his wedding vows in 2001. Geller also negotiated the TV interview between Jackson and the journalist Martin Bashir, living with Michael Jackson. He negotiated it. Wow. Later, however, Jackson reportedly kept an enemy list on which Geller appeared. You know, the ESP group, you gotta keep an eye on. Not clearing Jackson at all. I'm just saying the ESP group is something to keep an eye on. Along with Rabbi Shmuley Botish. Rabbi Shmuley made it to enemies list. Wow. Yeah, he's another busy one. Attorney Gloria Alred. Oh, wow. Music, big people. Music executive Tommy Mottola, DA Tom Snaden. Oh, this is Janet Arvizo, mother of a Jackson accuser, following Jackson's passing on ITV, broadcast an interview with Geller about his association with Jackson, titled My Friend Jackson. Yuri's story in July 2009. Wow. Okay. So so 11th of February 2009, Geller purchased the uninhabited 100-meter by 50-meter Lamb Island off the east coast of Scotland, previously known for its witch trials. See, the ESP group. The and beaches that Robert Louis Stevenson is said to have described in his novel Treasure Island. Geller claimed that buried on the island is Egyptian treasure brought there by Skota, the mythical half sister of Tutankhamun. Okay, in Irish mythology. Okay, so 2,500 years ago, excuse me, 3,500 years ago, he claimed that he will find the treasure through dowsing. Yep. Okay, that's what he. That's how actually how he gets money is through dowsing. Now his dowsing abilities seem to that it is it's calculated on record that it's paid him well, the dowsing gift. Geller also claimed to have strengthened the mystical powers of the island by burying their, of course, crystal orb, once belonging to Albert Einstein. 2022, Geller sought to declare Lamb as Republic of Lamb, a micronation. Okay, all right. In 2014, a 12-foot tall statue of a gorilla made from approximately 40,000 metal spoons was unveiled in Geller's Berkshire Garden by the Duke of Kent. Okay, with the intention of possibly relocating it to Great Ormond Street Hospital. The statue was welded by a sculptor. Are these his Geller spoons by chance? Alfie Bradley, and funded by the British Ironworks Centre of um, Oswestry. According to Bradley, many of the spoons were donated by school children from around the world. Speaking at the unveiling, Geller said, "This will not raise money for charity. It will do something better. It will amaze sick children." Okay, interesting. Geller, you see what I'm talking about? That statement. What? Why? 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 why did he feel called to do that? What spirit called him? What spirit suggests was is in his ear? Geller has lived in Tel Aviv, in Israel, since 2015. Okay, previously lived in the village of Sonning on Thames, Berkshire, in England. He is trilingual, speaking fluently Hebrew, Hungarian, English. Um, that's his parents. Appearance on Esther Renson television talk show. Esther Geller declared that he had suffered from anorexia, okay, nervosa, and bulimia for several years. Okay, he written 16 fiction and nonfiction books. Okay, he's an author. Yeah, I'm wanting to be an author now. Geller is presented. Oh, excuse me. Geller is president of. One thing about him, he is smart. He's very intelligent. And while and he negotiated an interview between Michael Jackson and a journalist. Okay, that's some heavy weight. Okay, so Geller is president of International Friends of Megan David Adam, a group that lobbied the International Committee of the Red Cross to recognize David Adam, Red Star of David, okay, as a humanitarian relief organization. Definitely, people need that right now. Red Star of David in Gaza. Okay, so in 2021, okay, now I understand why he may have said, if you mess with, that's my home. I'm starting to understand it now. I'm starting to understand it now. He is, uh, he is Israel, actually. So I'm starting to understand why he came across in a defensive, aggressive way. Now I'm starting to get it. But again, the ability to understand, even though you have the empathy, and I told you ethics are created. Compassion is for the world. Empathy, let it be for the gods. He still could understand where people could use the aid, where there's nothing more than that she can do. Was just only bring the aid, and that's all that's there. All that was promised. No weapons, just to get the channel open so aid can reach the children, the women, and the vulnerable men, the civilians, minus Hamas. Hamas should not be getting any aid. Everybody is unemphatically in agreement with that. But so on a human level, I can understand, like, he's defending his homeland. Okay. He still made a prediction, and that prediction still was wrong. Just saying. That prediction was whoa. If he had any psychic powers, it wasn't as effective as he like the other ones that he's made predictions, and they publicly not work out to his greater good, to the greater effectiveness, where to not even to his own benefit, always, and it's always to his detriment. This pattern that he has, where he says these things, makes these like a wild prediction, and the prediction doesn't work, but he always, like, in the matter of declaring, like borderline and crossing the line of prophet. It's saying, you doing. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to use my mind powers telepathy, and believe you me, I can. And it's like impotency, like what do you call it? What's the other one? You prematurely, saying that that they're blocked, they're stopped. You use your mind power. That's it. That's all there is to say on it. And then they go on to have the best life. Like, you might as well, like, maybe this is where you actually pray for people rather than, since every time it happens, it's literally a blessing to the other. You might as well say it's a blessing here. I feel it. In fact, if I were working with you and you were like a vessel and you were betting on like the racetracks and there was like between two horses and you said and you started talking this way about a particular horse, I would know to go betting on the opposite horse. Because in this is the area where you say if the color is indeed blue, then and there's choices between blue and red. Red is the appropriate color. All right, we get it. So in 2021, Geller opened the Yuri Geller Museum located at 7 Mazel area, okay, street in Old Jaffa in Tel Aviv, okay. The museum exhibits a personal collection of art and objects that Geller has collected throughout his career, okay. It also features an archaeological display of the ancient soap factory. Wow, that was discovered during the museum's renovation. Really? An ancient soap factory. Okay, so that's it on that one. The rest should be pretty fast. Okay, so there's, I mean, okay, so it says, okay, so this is an article published here recently, this month actually, 2 days ago. Uri Geller claims telepathic sabotage of Greta Thunberg's ship. Okay, now we're getting to, now we know who he is. Okay, so he's definitely a leader. I'm not gonna lie, he's definitely, I would consider him an elder. Definitely a leader in the paranormal. With that said, we do know that he has a pattern. We discovered his pattern, and we could really help him with this, correct this pattern. It's like we definitely believe he has a gift. He has gifts. He even has a gift. He's using it improperly, and of course, it's like universe kind of like is overriding him. And if he can detect his own pattern, then he can, you know, see what this process could actually be used for, which I think it's to more like I always say in this area. Come on, try. I know it's not probably it's not normal for your. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like yourself. But try to be uplifting when you feel this way. Speak into the uplifting side of things because that seems to what happens without with or without your permission. It doesn't require your permission. It's not asking you. It's just happening, but you're not going with it. You're not going with the something like people ask me about is do people have free will? You do have free will, but there are certain things that I use as markers to tell me like when things are going to happen and how that are set in stone. So like there could be a person, no matter if you decide to go or not, they're going to show up. That's set in stone. Like the ship that was set in stone that was going to arrive there, arrive there as she did, unharmed, no hiccups, rescuing four more additional survivors, therefore adding to their crew by four. That's 12 people. The it was like it was set in stone that Britain leaves the EU, okay, and did and not look. They're not looking back. I'm talking with them all the time about, and they're very fixed on. In fact, they're creating infrastructures and laws to strengthen the structure and the bone of their infrastructures, economy. Learning how to be more self-sustaining. Trying to explain that without saying, "Oh no, you're not running around and taking things from." No, that's not the conversation we're on. Like, oh yeah, after having run around and thwarted the world to you, no, no. That's not what we meant. Standing on your feet. It's just that in today's condition, in this today's environment, like they did rely on a lot, like they said it relied on a lot, and come to find out, in order to the things that they want to see manifest, they have to rely on themselves and make and create those manifestations. So I'm the correct one to give this uh project to. Perfect one, because I definitely know how to say things and without saying them. I've been called out so many times, and I'm not even thinking about those things, but I can sense the other person thinking about those sensitive areas. Okay, so he claims that he sabotaged Greta Thunberg's ship. Uh, it's called the ship Madeline. Okay, the ship Madeline on its way to Gaza with supplies and with Greta Thunberg in the crew accuses Israel of having sabotaged their GPS. Now the illusionist and spoonbender Uri Geller takes responsibility. He always does it. That's his pattern. That's one of we read through a series of patterns. By the way, they use against him to debunk him, at least in the psychic prediction, like the ability to I stop the ship's navigation system. He says specifically to say, yeah, I don't think so. Okay, so this is him. Okay, a lot of charm. Okay, good. All right, we got you. All right, so it is in an interview with definitely. Let's look at it one more time. Definitely the ESP group for sure. Telekinetic, definitely that group. You got to keep an eye on them because definitely will go work with the government. Now he did good at the beginning when I guess when he had handlers, but then there's times like then they always become like Dark Phoenix later. In my mind, I'm like the group when y'all drew those AI drawings of like people dressed in robes and dark, their dark eyes, and all nationality, and they're all like around a table or something, and there's like kind of like symbols. That's when I say ESP group, like like we have cultural symbols, and then they have very specific geometric symbols, and like just different ones, and I'm thinking this, and they're like, what is that? You're like something like trying to be like on the trying to be edgy with symbols, like mystery symbols. That this one, but all nationality because all nationality has that edgy look. Okay. Other than that, but now I praise them a lot. So I'm sure you can handle this part if you hear this long, or if you're just getting here, all the praises and the look back in his life and his contribution to the industry. Just it's in this video. Okay, all right. Okay, so oh yeah, definitely we got to take a look at like what is the Jerusalem Post thinking about. Now understand, first of all, he is Israel. His parents are like he's legit Israel. Like his parents are Israel, and he speaks fluent Hebrew. Okay, and Austria link it. So if you know this story, very sad story, and we're gonna make sure that never happens again to the Jews, to Jewish people, of course. Um, hence, that's why you're over here in America. Good, so that make sure it doesn't happen ever. You make sure it doesn't happen ever again as well, or any of those atrocities across all humanity's experiences. These kinds of things, even to the Native Americans, African Americans, yeah, none of that's never going on ever again. Okay, all right. So going forward. Um, all right. So it is an interview with the Jerusalem Post that the 78-year-old illusionist claims to be. Okay, so he's 78 years of age. Okay, stop. Time out. He's 78. Come. But this prediction is way off. So we do got to take a look. Why is your prediction way off? Okay, all right. So it is in an interview with the Jerusalem Post that the 78-year-old illusionist claims to be behind the faulty GPS on the ship approaching Gaza. Okay, so this through so-called telepathy, a method he compares to a drone pilot's work, with the difference that he does not need a computer or control stick. My mind is my control stick, and I can navigate my mind to do what I want, he says to the newspaper. In a post on X addressed to the Swedish activist Greta Thunberg, Geller writes that the activists will not reach their goal. I will use my mind power to mess with your boat. Geller is primarily known for his performances where he bends spoons, according to himself, with the help of mind power, and has, among other things, appeared on Swedish TV. Of course, we know he's appeared in television all over the world, including the United States of America. He's very famous. Okay, so Israel's defense minister, and very smart, very intelligent, smart, like book smart. Okay, and savvy, and knows how he knows business. Okay, anyway, and he's interested in resources. Don't forget about that, natural resource. He's interested in mining and things like that. Okay, so Israel's defense minister has instructed the military, IDF, to stop Madleen from reaching Gaza. The activists who are outside Egypt's coast and accuse Israel of having disrupted their GPS say in turn that they have no plans to turn back. Is that it? Okay. Now they they actually landed exactly, they arrived exactly where they were meant to arrive, and they only took a detour to rescue four, and then they did arrive on time. And in fact, when they said, well, we should be arriving there in 2 days, they arrived in less than 2 days, right offshore, right offshore. Um, okay, so let's take a look. Okay, here's the map. Here's the map. Here's Gaza. Here's Egypt. Egypt, Gaza. They were right there, sweetheart. When they arrived, they made it. Image. I meant not war. I meant map. Okay. So here's the map. Here it is. All right here. Israel. When they made it, here they go. They made it. The Gaza part, the strip, but the Gaza city. They made it into that sea, and then Israel's pulled them back in. Okay, which that's what's being explained. They said they made it to Egypt. Okay, so Israel Geller, uh, Uri Geller to post Greta Thunberg. It says, if you come to harm Israel, I will stop you. And it was just, it said exactly, well, you know, I don't need to repeat it. They already got the aid, and they got a ship. And it's a new one because I remember the other one, the original one was blown up to, and so this one's a new ship. So they got the new ship, and they got all of they said exponential aid. So it says Uri Geller says he used his psychic powers to break the navigation tools on Greta Thunberg, Gaza uh, flotilla ship, the Madeleine, and warned that he would stop her if she comes to harm Israel. Actually, actually, um, they intentionally went off course because they heard the SOS call. They rescued four other people. So yeah, they were a ship of eight, and then now they've become a ship of 12. They actually multiplied. So yeah, they were, the conditions for them to multiply, it was really nice. Now look at the ship. Look at the sea. Look at the day. Poseidon is smiling on them. Come on. It says Israeli psychic Uri Geller has threatened to stop activist Greta. Oh, this is from the Jerusalem Post. Uh, Israeli psychic Uri Geller has threatened to stop activist Greta Thunberg as her Flotilla, Gaza Aid Flotilla continues its journey to Israel. Its journey to Israel, telling the Jerusalem Post that he also is responsible for the navigation malfunctions on her ship, the Magdalene. It says, I stopped the navigation systems of the ship, explained Geller, who is also the owner of the Uri Geller Museum in Jaffa. He had warned on his Twitter account on Friday that he would use psychic powers to interfere with her ship. On Sunday, Israeli media reports showed that the navigation tools on the ship were malfunctioning, with the leader of the Freedom Flotilla ship accusing Israel of being behind it. It says, hey, Greta Thunberg, you won't get to Gaza on your fake protest. I will use my psychic powers to mess with your boat. It says, for a climate activist, it's funny how you don't mind belching out beep into the sea and air with your motorized vessel when it comes to Israel. And giggles. Okay, I don't need to see more. Okay. Um, but look at the sea and look at the sea, how calm the day is, unbothered. And only reason why the navigation is because they went and rescued four people. They were being someone else's. I'm pretty sure he's familiar with the Samaritan woman. They're being someone else's good Samaritan, not blown off. Not he thinking he went off course. She went off course. They went off course. There's men on board as well. It's not just women. Men are on the board. But to go off course because he did it. No, they heard a distress. They that means their equipment told them that there was they received SOS transmissions from another vessel. They got the coordinates and they went off their route to go and enter the distress call to the other vessel. The other vessel, the four members on that vessel joined Greta's 8-member crew and making it 12. And then they got back en route to Israel and made it in the and all this within the 2 days that they said we'll be there about 2 days, and they made it early. Oh yeah, very early. They got there. They arrived early on a beautiful night. Uri Geller, it says, okay, I played a part in bringing down the Iranian drone. Okay, do I need this one? Okay, see, this is another one. See, he does this. Okay, do I need to read this one? I mean, you get the point. Come on. This art. Okay, come on. Snap out of it. Okay. This article is a preview of a fuller, wide-ranging discussion with Geller on the Israel-Hamas war and Israeli public diplomacy. The full interview will be in this weekend's Jerusalem Post magazine. I'm team Uri Geller when it comes to Israel-Hamas. I'm team Geller is team Israel. I'm team Israel when it's Israel versus Hamas. Okay. Israeli mystifier. Yeah, he likes to be called mystifier. And psychic, we know where mystifier comes from, rather than a a psychic. He says, I'd rather be called a mystifier. So Israel Mystifier and psychic Uri Geller claimed he played a part in helping thwart the April Iranian drone and missile attack on Israel. It is, however, he was unable to disclose the specifics of what exactly happened, claiming it was classified. Mhm. It says, I can't go into detail because the operations was classified, but I played a part in bringing down the Iranian drone that attacked Israel in April. Okay, Geller told the Jerusalem Post, I can't go into detail, but it is a fact. Dubbed by Iran as Operation True Promise, the unprecedented attack by Iran and its proxies in Iraq, Yemen, and Lebanon saw over 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles launched at the Jewish state overnight from April 13th to the 14th. Yeah, you're always doing something. Okay, so good for him. I'm going to say good for him and good for Israel. They're holding their own. I know what it feels like to be attacked all at once. I know what that feels like. It's disappointing. It feels disappointing. Not the fact that you're being triple teamed or quadruple teamed. It's the fact that wow, humans need to do that. Need to do. Human beings are doing this. But it's more enriching when you win, though. It's when you win, that's your revenge. So there's Joe Rogan right there. Okay, so it says Greta Thunberg, Gaza flotilla latest climate campaigner deported by Israel back to Sweden after aid ship seized. So they got the ship. So if they got the ship along with the aid, because it's an aid ship, then the adults have the power to use the aid and whatever they got it, they have a ship. They may use it for local things. You know, um, maybe a lottery, maybe it'll be given to somebody who can who can use the ship for different things. Maybe donation, maybe they'll use the ship for fishing because they've been going out to go get fish for sustenance in Gaza. They could. It's a ship, and it's not a ship that is weaponry. It's a ship. It's just a ship, and that's it. So that's very fascinating. That's an interesting thing to think about. It says Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg has left Israel after being arrested for attempting to break the country's 18-year naval blockade of Gaza. So she made it, but it was an attempt to break the country's 18-year naval blockade of Gaza. She made it, but she was, of course, any country, any government is not they're gonna let her through the shore. She yes be taken in, but also the aid is taken and the aid is there, and they say well, aid, who got the aid? Maybe it's the responsibility of the Arab nations, who to come with the aid. We need the aid. Now they have aid. They can't say they don't have aid to help people. It says Israel's foreign ministry posted two pictures of the 20-year-old activist on board a plane. They said the flight would take her back to Sweden via France, by way of France. It says at least okay, here we go. At least four of the 12 activists arrested on board the Gaza bound. Hey, okay. At least at least four, that the four that they uh, picked up of the 12 activists, because first of all, there were 8 activists. There was 4 rescued. Now there's 12. 4 arrested on board the Gaza-bound UK-flagged Madeleine flotilla are expected to be deported on Tuesday, according to Israeli broadcaster Khan. And by the way, this four were actually trying to avoid Lebanon capture and had like leapt they leapt overboard to avoid capture by Lebanon, I guess, officials. So that there's also that little. So yeah, there's definitely some sketchy things going on with the four of the 12 people on board that they're talking about, but they're not 12 act. There were the four of them were not activists. It's who knows what they were into, but they were rescued. They sent an SOS, so they did have a vessel to send an SOS, and well, it was she with her function equipment. Greta's team were able to go and scoop them up. So the group were picked up off the coast of Egypt earlier on Monday. So off the coast of Egypt, it says Monday morning, and taken to the Israeli port of Ashdod, where they were detained. They had been attempting to take a symbolic amount of aid into Gaza. So very special amount of aid. Khan reported that eight activists had refused to sign their deportation papers, meaning they could not be immediately deported. Okay, got it. Those who refuse to sign the deportation documents and leave Israel will be brought before a judicial authority in accordance with the Israeli law uh, to authorize their deportation. So you're going anyway. You can sign here, go on your own, or we're going to send you home. The Israeli Foreign Ministry wrote on X, the human rights organization Adala, representing the activists, confirmed that they had met the Madeleine passengers late last night after issuing multiple requests to access their clients. Okay, got it. So, yeah, they made it. She made it. They made it there, actually. She made it to they were on their way sailing towards Israel to get to the place, what do you call it? Um, in a nonviolent way, be taken in, and being guaranteed they'll be taken in then with and then take all of it. Like, here, this is a great big gift. They're like, TikTok, assemble. TikTok, y'all, the map of the map of all of the world map. Like, yeah, rescue mission. Okay, so, oh boy, okay, okay. Oh boy. Mm, no. Which one? Yeah, we don't need you anymore. Okay, we got you. Okay. Um, all right. So, basically, oh, okay. So what else? Okay, yeah. She made it. She made it. It's a success. That trip was a success. Anyway, that's about it. That's all that I wanted to share. It is 2:16, and this has been a long one. It took me a while to get here, to get on, but it's something I needed to share, and I have a better understanding of where Uri Geller's coming from now that I've looked at it, and I understand that this is just his personality. This is his way. So yeah, he's very fascinating, very intelligent. I think he's very entertaining, highly. Well, he is a celebrity. He's an entertainer. That's what he does, and I'm definitely captivated. I'm definitely mystified. You know, he's a mystifier. I am mystified. He's a magician, uh, psychic. I'll leave it to you all to decide.